Hello. Welcome to our new dive, 584. We are currently down about 416 meters with the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian. Just getting set up for this dive. As a note, this dive will have flashing lights. Lots of flashing lights. If you watched for our last mapping dive, where we had the laser scanner on board, you know that there are strobes, there's the laser line, lots of flashing lights. So they are just getting set up here in Mission Control.
Well, he just restarted that software. So then you just change it. You change it off.
Just went ahead and pinned a comment there. Again, this stream is going to have lots of flashing lights, just as a word of caution. So, we are still on the Seamount to the east of San Cristóbal Island in the Galapagos. For dive 584, this is going to be a mapping dive. Our last two dives have been sampling dives, going around, doing video transects, and collecting rocks as well as corals, both living corals and fossil corals. So, been lots and lots of samples, and now it's time to do some mapping. So you can see in front of the ROV down on the porch, the laser scanner has been mounted again. And so off on either side of that laser scanner, there are some bright strobes that will go off. You can see down there on the very end of this little T-bar. So those will be flashing, and then the laser itself is on this central pole on the T-bar here. So if you are sensitive to flashing lights, once we fire this up, it's going to be a lot of flashing lights, just as a heads up. Put up the map here real quick of where we're looking to go. So you can see where the ship, research vessel Falkor 2, is in the upper right there. And then you can just make out ROV SuBastian, a little yellow rectangle, kind of at the 730 position or so from the ship. And then there is a grid. And so that grid is our lawn to mow for this dive. We will be cruising back and forth with the mapping equipment running, capturing this whole area. One thing is we touched down here, and there's just a bunch of these fish everywhere. Whole bunch of them. Haven't really seen them like this on previous dives, so kind of cool. So again, we're at about 421 meters down. The bottom here, pretty flat, but we won't necessarily be staying on flat for this.
You got power pass through. Why? Yeah.
There you can see there's just more of these. They're kind of all around us right now. Very pretty fish. All right, so we've got our gear mostly set up, and we are going to be turning things on. So again, final word of warning at this moment, there's going to be a lot of flashing lights for the remainder of this dive. So if you are sensitive to flashing lights, this mapping dive, perhaps not the dive to watch.
Should be pretty vertical. It starts at around 417 meters.
Okay. Do we need to start the lasers now or anything?
No, we can start when it's there. So I don't think it's gonna
Just be
see anything until we're on a cliff face.
You guys got it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably turn the multi on. Multi one.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, no worries.
Has the multibeam got power?
Yes.
And I was able to ping it earlier.
Are you doing Seamount, or are you doing Norbit and laser at the same time?
Yeah.
I love it.
Except for when it's not 1970.
Yeah.
The lasers, firing back to 1970.
So anything different with your cameras or like your sonar off or anything? Or are you happy?
So why did they decide 1970 was like zero?
Start of
Whatever time. Second since 1970. Like, what's the story behind that one?
Nothing yet. It must be the multibeam that does this, though.
We've decided today's the day. We
I wonder if
reset
we're doing
the
the same
clock
thing to the
zero.
multibeam, though.
Everyone will.
I wonder if we should turn ours off. That's good. So we noticed when this multibeam is on, you see our sonar.
Yeah, I am.
Does that
Got
mean
interference.
Does that mean we should turn this off because it's potentially causing that to Y'all's data too?
So we see that in our data, but if you need it, we are fine with you having it.
I don't think we need it, but
If you're happy to run, because we're going to be going.
We're gonna be. We should we're 2-3 meters away, so we should be able to see something. But that depends on the flashing.
we can do it minimally. If you think it's going to mess up your data, I'd rather not have it on. But if you think it totally won't mess it up, then we'll leave it.
We can take it out, so we're happy. Let me see.
So the equipment that's mounted on ROV SuBastian here for our mapping, we have a multi-beam on board the ROV that is facing forward. And we also have a laser scanner on board. So what you see in front of you on the camera, that is the laser scanner there with the multi-beam up on top as well, I believe.
So that's the 700.
That should be pretty much the start.
So yeah, the little gray bit up on top, that's your multi-beam, and then the main body down below that is the laser scanner.
So what is your frequency of your...
And so, of course, we do have some sonar on board ROV SuBastian normally. And so the pilots are just talking with the scientists right now to see if we're going to get interference. It looks like we might get a little bit of interference, so they're just adjusting to limit that.
So we had people were going to have it on 700, 120.
If y'all want us to shut us off, just let us know. No problem.
Alright, are you happy with it? Alright, and we'll turn the laser back on.
Do I have to load something? And to do starting doing mapping?
Do you want the animal to sit? Are you good with that?
It'll take me another second once we're on the wall, so I can
Turn off your computer.
So we're hoping to map this vertical face. The multibeam will be able to map details down to centimeter size, and the laser will be able to map details down to millimeter size. So with that laser, we can actually get scans of corals with such high resolution that we can see the individual polyps. And there is the equipment fired up. So as you can see, we've got these strobes. We also have that laser shining out.
Yes, but they should be two different events.
So again, this flashing is going to be on for most of the dive.
Second event starts at exactly the same time. One is the Norbit, one is the laser. Okay.
Is this survey or mapping survey? Yes. Start now? Yeah. Well, actually, are we recording?
I am recording. There doesn't seem to be a option for just turning it on and recording.
Alright, so
I read start. This laser is what I have in mind. Yep. It's a lucky day. It's exactly what you're all gonna.
alright, so we're just gonna proceed up this wall.
Up the wall, then back down, then back up, then back down.
Are we going back all the way up towards this positions here, or are we just going up and down the cliff?
Up and down the cliff. So these positions there are for the ABCP survey afterwards. So each line
We're
is
only
about,
down here.
yeah, we're only at the bottom, slowly moving towards 75, going all the way to the top of the wall, end of line, back down to the wall, half a meter to a meter away from the starting position, and back up.
We could even try station keeping.
Right?
We have a station keeping that'll hold you on the same kind of thing, and you can go up and not move maybe. But then
I think there's still ledges. It's pretty vertical, but there might still be ledges where you have to move in. So wait, where can we let Carl see how far he is from the wall?
Well, I got sonar now.
You got the sonar, so you're
Unless
good
you
with
guys
that?
want it off,
No?
I'm good with
So
that.
It's good?
We're about 5 meters right now. You good with 5 meter distance? Or you want less?
Less would be better.
Are you doing a little bit?
Pretty much if we could do the same as for the video surveys, so I think we could do it more like 2 to 3.
No worries. So how about like
That's great.
Yeah.
That's good about it.
Alright.
we don't want to get too close and knock your laser on it.
Nope. Alright. Are we ready to turn on the laser and I'll see what that looks like?
Good.
Alright. Turn it on.
Can I pan up a little bit with your color just to
Whoa.
keep an eye on the nose of that
I'm
thing?
not watching that at all.
Alright, that's
That
much
way
better.
no
That's
ledges when you sneak
right.
up on
So
it.
there's our gear back on again.
All right, going up.
Ready?
Alright, start of line.
No backsies. And we can move the boat a lot closer to you too, Carl. If we're going to be doing this a while. If you want.
6 hours or so?
6 hours or so?
6 hours or so.
I'll probably put it. That's where I'll let the PhD go.
Wow. That's the lettering.
Is that the end of the part?
Very short line.
Yeah, I guess so. Just continue past it.
Yeah, just hold on, noise to clean afterwards, but so we can. Okay. Alright. End of line.
Right.
Are we get that? Just the line.
Did you guys want us to do like up, across, down, across, up, or you want us to go back down and then just do the next line up, next line up?
How comfortable would you be going back down? Because they would like the angle, like.
I think we do either one. I think it'd probably be a little faster to do up, down, down.
Well, we might actually be going almost nearly on the same line because, like, if you have a coral that's like that and you catch it like this versus like this, you might be getting more data.
Oh, so like go back down the exact same way we
Same
came
route,
up?
yeah.
Yeah, we can do that if you want.
How far am I? I'm not even halfway to the next line.
No, that line is for ADCP, so that's 10 meters. So
For lasers, don't worry.
for lasers, I can't put lines on because there would be lines everywhere.
Yeah, you're
So we want to go straight back down to the start. Usually I've been trying to get a visual cue on some sort of laser lump on the rock.
I think what we were doing last time was like roughly thirds for
Yeah.
overlap. Is that what you want? Like,
Yeah.
So like we did it on the right side, in the center, and then on the left side.
Of some feature at the bottom of the boat.
That kind of
Yeah.
Whatever it happened to be. Okay, well, I wasn't watching for that because I didn't know it, so I
Yeah,
was
well-
aware to start the next one.
We'll go back to the waypoint. That'll be probably just perfect because it'll be just slightly off from exactly where we started.
Is there a zip tie sticking up from it?
off the side there. Yeah.
We probably have a picture. Start of line.
So I should probably go back to the bottom of this so I can find the
Yeah,
picture.
right.
Okay, right.
Copy that. Have you done a lot of panoramas, Carl? Yeah. It's about like that. You're just trying to get enough of the software to know
Sure, it makes sense, but I
It
was
wasn't a whole
looking for
lot.
some kind of visual clue to tell me where to go.
Oh, that yellow coral. Yeah, we saw that yellow coral at the start of the previous line. So. That yellow coral right there was on the edge. So yeah, so that's pretty much you find for us.
The red too. Or man took them. So it was on the left of the head, just like that.
Yeah,
Okay, so I need to move more to right.
Oh, here's
just
one.
a tiny bit. Yeah.
Here's one. This isn't the one that goes over there, though. This is the special reserve.
Oh, we have an extra pointy sticks for when the scientist
Okay,
gets
that's a
really
little
excited to
bit
leave with the pointy stick.
right. I need to get forward.
All right, so the flashing lights, we've got two systems here. We have the laser that shoots out, and then we have the strobes. And so each time those strobes are going off, a full color image is also being captured. And then the laser, right, like it's a straight line, but as it goes over things, that line distorts, right? So if you imagine that line going over something completely flat, it's going to be a nice straight line. But if it went over something flat with a bump in the middle of it, that when that laser hits that bump, it distorts. And so then there's a system that watches the distortions of that line. And over time can kind of build up like what the texture that you're looking at is. And so combining the photographs from the strobes with the texture data gathered by watching that laser, you can get like a three-dimensional scan, basically, of the surface in front of us. So the flashing, while annoying, is collecting quite a lot of very cool data.
Yeah, on some of the previous scans, we've been able to see the polyps of some of the corals.
Nice. I like watching the laser like go over
Yeah.
the corals because you really see that distortion, and you can kind of imagine how like that gives that topographical data almost. So.
End of line.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You want to move a little closer? Okay, yeah, we're all right for now. We were just discussing if we're going to move you closer or not, so sorry. False alarm.
No worries. Just with the CTD in the water, I'll just wait. You'll go ahead for any move.
After that, yeah, we don't need to move right now.
Awesome, thank you.
Trying to minimize the flashing in your set. I can not mess with it.
Okay, I think I am a little bit right where I started. Everybody else agrees. Ready to go.
So when they fire up the lasers and the strobe on the right side of your screen,
Sorry? Yeah.
you'll see kind of what we can call a waterfall. And so what that is you can see a little bit of flicker in that laser. So it's capturing like multiple readings of that laser within a second. And each of those is on the waterfall to the right. So the newest capture of the laser is at the top of that waterfall, and then it gets pushed down as more captures come in. And so you can kind of see how that line is wavy in there. It's not just a series of straight lines, but it's a series of these wavy lines. And those waves will actually change over time based on what we're going over. So that data on the right is just like the raw laser data. It's just saying here is what the laser looked like at this moment in time. And it's just doing that over and over and over, multiple times a second. How many times a second are we hitting that laser?
47 hertz.
47 hertz. Oh gosh, I'm always bad with everything. I see the lasers on being exposed for 15 milliseconds. Yeah.
But yeah, that raw data we're coming in is just, it has no navigation. So it's just one line after the other. Very, very
Exactly. So then you have to apply the other data that we collect on there.
So until we get the navigation in, it doesn't look.
Yeah, so that's cool there. You can see how the lines are distorted. So 47 times a second, we're looking at that laser. Yeah, that distortion's cool.
This is a nice little short clip, too.
Yeah.
I guess y'all probably picked it like that on purpose, huh?
Well, there was the CTD going at the same time, and it was the cliff with the most bits of corals and anemones and a range of stuff. So.
Yeah, as you just heard, while we have this ROV dive going, we also have a CTD cast going, and so that is collecting the conductivity, temperature, and depth of the water here in this area, and we're doing that for 12 hours. So that will collect CTD data through tide cycles, basically, which can influence these corals here.
I'll tell you another thing that's trickier about doing these vertical ones is the when we did that last one, I was able to use the snail trails really well.
Yeah.
To see where we've been and haven't been, but here they're just nothing.
Yeah. The flater mouse ones. I mean, you can't fly with it, but we can at least see where we're kind of see.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. You pick where the
Ready?
right spot.
Gosh, we can't see very much. Alright, start of line. It's better to redo. It's better to have more overlap than gaps.
Yeah.
I know I've seen that white sponge on the left.
Yeah.
Here on the right deck, look at our camera to the right. I think bulges out at us.
Oh
You
yeah.
see that?
Last time what we would do then, which we'll confirm with Cat, but we would change our heading.
That's
Instead of just backing up.
keeping the heading and backing up with more than the speed.
So we are basically trying to get this whole vertical face, right? So we have to go up the face with the gear on and then go back down to the bottom and just shift over a little bit. We don't want to shift too much. So there's always going to be a little bit of overlap. Think about like mowing the lawn, right? If you've mowed the lawn, you want a little bit of overlap when you're going back and forth, because if you try to line it up exactly, then sometimes you get that little missed bit in between two runs, and you have these little tufts of uncut grass, and it looks bad, right? So what the scientists would get with an equivalent of that are actual holes in their scan. They'd get holes in the data. So you always want to have that overlap.
Might want to do slightly smaller.
Too much overlap, it's a little bit of a waste of time maybe, and it's more data, so that can take up more storage space. But you can always trim back from too much. You can't build it if you have a hole, right? So always important to have that overlap.
fish have been working out really well.
Yeah, if
We'll
the fish
hopefully
stay
be able
still.
to share a bit of data very soon. But
Yeah.
they have worked. We can see the fish in the data.
And the waterfall, is the waterfall flipped horizontally from what we're what we're actually scanning?
Yes, it's back. It's like what you see on the left appears on the right. What
Right,
you see on the right appears on the left.
Yeah.
Starting in the same spot and just turn your head into the left.
I'm doing the line around it on.
That's all. Whoa, look at that overhang. We go in, eh?
Mm-hmm. If you're just joining us, you're catching us pretty early in a mapping dive, and so we are working our way up and down. You can actually see there some of the still frames captured by the strobe system, and so we have two systems on board for this mapping right now. Well, three, I guess. We have like the strobe and the laser, which kind of two systems, but they also work in sync. And then we have a multi-beam on board as well. And so as we're going up and down this cliff, we're trying to scan all of the detail. And so that thing you see on the right is the laser scanner, just raw output. It's just what does the laser look like 47 times a second. So you can see it gets all wobbly because it's going over things. If we were going over just a flat plane, that waterfall would just be a stack of flat lines. It would look very uninteresting. But you can see that it's all wiggly and distorted, and that's actually good. That means that we're capturing the topography, the texture of the vertical face in front of us. And so it looks really goofy right now, but when this is all put together with the still images that are captured and the other data that is being recorded at this time, then we actually get a pretty high resolution 3D scan. And we've seen some of the early scans. We're trying to be able to share those with you at some point in the near future, and they are very cool to see. Very cool to see the scans.
Yeah, we've been able to tell the species of some of the animals just by looking at the scan. So, like, I showed the scan of a crab to someone, and they're like, "Oh, it's this genus of crab." Like, we could see its eyes and the shape of the carapace. So, really excited with the data so far.
Yeah, yeah. If we go over a critter and it stays still, we get a great scan of it. If you get a fish that stays still, which some of them do, some of them just hung out while we scan them, that's great. If they move, then it gets a little wonky, but.
Start of line.
So someone says, I noticed maybe on a setting on our screen, or they might have looked up the thing. They say scanner can have a pulse length between 1 millisecond to continuous. So what's the benefit of setting the pulses that we have set?
Oh. All right, let's see if I can explain.
Right, yeah, I might have an idea, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, some of it has to do with the conditions in which you are. So there's quite a few different parameters that we can set. So for example, like we were talking about the camera stills. End of line. So if we didn't take any camera stills, we could have the laser profile going at 100 hertz. But if we have the camera going at 2 mils, then we should have the laser profiler lower than 50 hertz. The faster the laser goes, the more lines we have, the higher the resolution. And now we have the laser on full power, and then the exposure time, we don't want things to be underexposed or overexposed, a little bit just like a camera. So it depends on, and if you leave it on too long, then you're going to get blurring. So you want to put it as fast as you can for the environmental conditions that you're in. Hopefully I got that right.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah. Basically,
start of line.
You kind of mentioned it's like setting the settings in a camera. It's based on what you want to capture and where you're capturing it. So you got to take into consideration a bunch of features, it sounds like.
Yeah, so we did play with putting the exposure time slower, but then all our lines were just blue. So we weren't capturing enough. Yeah.
Okay.
But then we can get closer. We could get closer. So that's kind of where the difference is. Sometimes we can't be as close.
Right.
Because of the complex terrain in which we're flying.
Oh, so you ever mess with the skating camera?
No, the fish have mostly cooperated.
Okay.
And if you're looking at the waterfall, green is what we want. Green is the as much green as possible.
Mm.
But when we go off the cliff and into this distance, that's when we're seeing a whole lot of blue.
So like red is too close,
Red is
blue
too
is
close.
too far,
Yeah,
green is ideal.
is the perfect.
Yeah. So we probably start with a little more red because the slope does kind of slightly come towards us, and then as we go up, it goes through green, and then when we reach that top, they'll see it drop off to blue.
To blue, or if we have corals coming towards us, that when we start seeing a little bit of red coming in.
And I mean, do you still get data, but is that just then you have to clean it, or you have to kind of interpret what you're seeing? Or?
The blue leads to some noise because that's just the laser going off in the distance, so we get some noise. Oh gosh,
Don't scan these.
those fish might be interesting in the scanner.
I need to leave.
And yeah, so it has to do with the intensity. So kind of red is overexposed.
Yeah. I want to know what these are. There's just been
they weren't
so
there
many.
last time.
No,
we were here.
we haven't seen these any of our dives. Like we've seen maybe one or two.
Yeah.
Like they look kind of familiar, but
Oh wow, look below us.
Yeah.
no, there's just a ton. Oh my gosh, yeah. All right.
And
let me-
as soon as we landed,
show
so
that.
I don't think it was us attracting them with the lights. They were there when as soon as we,
They were all over the bottom chilling.
yeah, as
See
soon as
that
we got to
camera
the
right
bottom,
there?
we saw them. Yeah, oh wow. Oh boy. Okay. I had
Oh,
not
no.
accounted for the fish in the choice of location.
Oh my gosh, there's so
Uh,
many of them right now.
All right, well, we'll see. We
Get some,
we
Fish, please go
3D print some of these fish.
Well, they're all going to be long noodles.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to look like that old Microsoft screensaver that's like the pipes going through space.
Yeah.
I said, let's do a max.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to keep
Alright.
up to the top.
Alright, we
This is
are
definitely
gonna run. We are going to run a line of noodle fish, so
Yeah.
maybe they'll leave.
How long does it
Start of line?
Look at this camera right now.
We're positive.
Oh my god.
How long does it take this laser to cook a fish?
They must get attracted to the light. I mean, they must have been there, and now that they've seen the light, they're really excited about all of it.
Yeah, that's weird. This hasn't happened anywhere else.
No.
No.
Well, they were here when we got here, though. Like, we
They were,
touched down
yeah.
and they were just there.
It just goes to show this is a unique spot you found.
Yeah,
Something about it is different.
it is weird.
But the currents today seem to have been different from the conditions when we were there last time.
Look at our aft cam too. There's just billions more coming.
Yeah, they are just showing up now from behind us.
Apparently, there's a convention here.
Okay.
All right, we gonna try it?
We're gonna try one and see if they're at the top, and then otherwise we might have to move to the other end of the wall and start going from there and see if they follow us.
Yeah, that's the problem, is if they follow us.
Yeah.
I think I can start getting back to the original heading.
I think as part of the permit process, they gotta let these fish know not to be here.
Yeah.
This time.
Like cordon off shooting in the area.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
we're making a movie. Please stay away.
For sure, I actually have a lot over that now. I'm ready.
All the fish.
It's gonna be the best. It's gonna cause some noise.
Well, luckily, they seem like they're all at the bottom.
Yeah, they mostly stay down there at
Yeah,
least.
they're not following us.
There's a couple up in the water, so you'll get them, but hopefully be able to clean for that. How much cleaning do you have you had to do on our other scans?
It depends a lot on the topography. So the more complex the topography, and we tend to go that part where we go over something, then we definitely need to clean that.
Okay.
But I haven't looked at all the lines yet.
And the cleaning, is that kind of just like you lay it out and you look for something that looks really anomalous, like a line up above the terrain everywhere else, or?
It's like a cloud of points
Mhm.
that's like moving away from the scene. That's what the top looks like. And I mean, I do a lot of multibeam cleaning data as processing as well, and yeah, we have to clean the data. That's
Similar.
just part of. And yeah. All right, end of line.
Did we go ahead and move them a little closer? Probably have to. Science Control ROV.
Yeah, go ahead, sign RV.
How do you guys feel about a short move to the south, about 20 or 30 meters?
I don't think 20, 30 meters should be an issue. We're still over 100 meters off. We can stop while you're moving if you want.
I don't need you to stop, but as long as you're good with that move, I'll put it in.
Yeah, just make it happen. We have it. And we'll keep a close eye on it.
Bridge ROV.
RV bridge.
Alright, let's go to that new waypoint now.
Copy that. Making it so.
Thank you, sir.
Can we get that adjusted before we start up the new set?
Is that okay, Carl? Drawing in a little bit too.
It's so uneven here. It's really difficult for me to figure out if I'm moving over the correct amount. trying to just do a less than I think, but
Yeah, no.
no.
Plus the fish are not helping
No.
the visibility. So
I mean, I can still see that point. I've done like 4 scans.
four scans since, so I think
I think I'm doing it right, but I just honestly don't know.
And there's not as many features down here as every time we pass these.
ROV sound control access 100 meters off the seabed. Descending.
Outcrops. I'm like, yep, we've scanned those outcrops, but here at the bottom it's farther.
So how's that for you? We also don't have a lot of lights on.
No, that's better. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just ultra noisy.
So we have to keep the lights low for the.
No, for sure.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right. Start of line.
What's somebody saying we need some laser scanner noises in here?
Yeah.
Pew pew pew.
That's it, right? It's like a pew pew, or is it like a?
Keep doing that.
I'd say there's a song we can play, but I don't think we can do that.
No, we need to. We need
I
to
got
work
too
on
far
it.
away, sorry.
What song?
The fish are going away a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Start of line. What? It does, but you can still run it on land for like 20 to 30 minutes. End of line. And for those online, what we see at the top of the laser, at the top with the sort of a T shape a little bit, upside down T, so that's the multibeam.
Mm.
And the laser scanner is under it. It's like a black tube, and we only see the upper portion of it behind the metal holder. You definitely scan that little white piece of rubble. Yeah, we were right in front of it last scan. Yeah,
We
that
come
looks
good here.
Yeah, that looks good. Okay,
Okay.
start of line. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of features at the beginning of this.
What period is that? So what's here?
to be slightly closer. We're a little far.
Yeah, I can change up the note. I can try and make it more just direct. See what we got going here.
Yeah, that'll be in the line.
I don't think we're quite doing. We're supposed to be going up.
Yep.
All the way to the top of the cliff.
Alright, you said 2.5. Okay, that's fine. Let's start.
Sorry, I think you meant 2.5 meters away from the cliff.
Just had a watch change here for the pilots. So we've got Russ jumping into pilot seat and Ben in co-pilot.
Alright, ready?
Yep.
Start of line.
So again, for new folks joining, the stream will have flashing lights like this for most of it. We are mapping this vertical face currently, and the mapping equipment uses 2 strobes that you can see flashing, as well as this vertical line laser scanner. And so those strobes are corresponding to full images being taken. And then the laser is a straight line, or it projects a straight line, but as it goes over variations in the terrain, that line gets deformed from being a straight line to a wobbly line. And you can see sort of what those deformations look like to the right on your screen.
Yeah, perfect. If we can be a tad bit closer, but just if it's safe to fly.
And you're happy not just to go over and then down again? Is that how?
Yeah, but like only about like half a meter away.
Yeah, just a little section.
Also, mine's can mine's a long time. The X7 maintains like full surface, so we get the depth up and down.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's call that stuff.
Okay, that's it. Anyway.
That's the end.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think but we don't have enough range to be able to scan all the way to the bottom or all the way to the top because of the setting. It's pretty narrow when it accepts compared to a multibeam.
Yeah, it's got like a super narrow focal range, basically.
I think we're too far over again. I think that crab is kind of where it was.
For folks just joining us, this is dive 584, part of our ongoing expedition right now, vertical reefs of the Galapagos. So we are attempting to better understand the reefs that form on these vertical faces, on cliffs and stone dikes. So we've got this little vertical face in front of us, and traditional mapping methods would be mapping top-down, which a cliff is difficult to capture in that way because from a top-down view, a cliff is just a line that is shallow on one end and deep on the other. And so what we've done here is we have some mapping equipment mounted forward facing on the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian that you're seeing footage from there on the left of your screen. And there are some flashing strobes. Each of those flashes is capturing a full color image, full color photo. And then there's also a purple line that'll come out. And that line is capturing the topographical information of the surface in front of us, basically the texture of it, what sticks out, what's flat, what recedes back in. And so by combining all that, the scientists are hoping to make a 3D scan of this vertical face.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, water.
Oh yeah, it's just that it's
It's there. Alright, we got it.
Okay.
Yep, looks good. Start a line. And then line.
Right.
And ready?
Yeah.
Start a line. Maybe a tiny bit closer.
Sure, please. Okay.
And a line.
Just way too much time. It's just a little bit crazy. I got you 16 years. Yeah, you just like move 25, 30, yeah. Yeah, so that's just not a load. Let's go back and so I can see I'll do it this way. Bridge, updated position.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay.
Start of line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far west do you think we're gonna scan?
100 meters. Done about 20.
It's gonna take some time. Yeah, I moved to position.
Ah, yes, is it fantastic thing?
There. End of line.
Okay.
Jesus. I touched the port. I couldn't find much of a reference on this.
Crab's right on the.
Right at the edge?
Yeah,
Alright,
see him
perfect. Okay, got it. See him now. Alright. There's just a
No, just
really...
use that. Hopefully it's.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Start a line. There's just nothing in this current.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to use it now as well. It's,
Yeah, using pebbles, I'm not very good at it. Like white pebble.
but, I think we're gonna have plenty of overlap for sure.
Yeah, yeah, with the crab there. That's good. We're able to get just a tad bit closer.
Alright.
Why?
Yeah, for a second.
And the Y.
Looks like we've had a few folks trickle in here past little while. So for anyone who might have just joined, you are watching live footage from a remotely operated vehicle, currently 400 meters below the surface of the ocean. This is part of an expedition here exploring the vertical reefs of the Galapagos. The remotely operated vehicle is named SuBastian, and it's being operated by our pilots up on board research vessel Falkor 2. For this dive, we are mapping, and so this vertical face that we have in front of us, scientists are creating a 3D scan of that vertical face. That does utilize some technology that has flashing lights, so that's why we have flashing lights up.
That distance is perfect.
As well as a laser that shoots out and captures the topography of the face in front of us. So there you can see some of the images that are being captured by the strobes. So each time it strobes, it's capturing an actual image. And then this is the raw data from the laser. So the laser deforms as it travels over variations in the terrain. And each of those variations is then captured in how squiggly that line is, basically.
A little far here.
Ja, men talk away.
Why?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I see it. Alright, okay. Cute. Start a line.
ROV science control, that's us coming up to surface.
I'll be copy.
You'll occasionally hear some chatter as well in the background, informing the pilots here about what the CTD is doing. So we do have a CTD cast being performed at the same time. And so that is our instrument that is capturing the conductivity, or the salinity, the temperature, and the depth as it travels up and down through the water column. And they're going to be doing that for about 12 hours total. They've been doing it for a little while now.
That's 66 Delta.
But because both that and the ROV are attached to the ship by wires, we call this a dual wire operation. And it just requires...
Okay, so should we get that?
Yep, alright.
Sorry, requires good communication between the pilots here and our marine techs who are running the CTD cast, because you don't want those wires to get close to each other.
It's just the current set. Yeah. It's just
The line. Line putting down.
13. Huh? 13.
13.
Okay.
Start of line.
Yeah, I'm really struggling.
Is it current at the top?
It seems to be like I'm beam on, so like I'm thrusting like full stick just to keep not drifting.
Looks like we have strong currents today.
Let's see. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a 6.5 dozen. You need to put the ship in bed because there's too much water. It's actually
Fine.
70 meters.
You want to bring it down to 60 or something?
Yeah, easily. Because I can feel it. I can't. I'm getting in. So yeah, just bring him in. Yeah. Got to reduce it.
Just going to bring it down some.
I'll do that.
Hey, Bridge, can you bring the ship 10 meters south?
Why not 10 to
Open it up.
You need to get 50 something.
Because this is you've got there, you need to reduce that down to 60. Less. That's me drifting all the way over again.
Yeah, all stations, bridge, we are now moving 180 at 0.2 knots.
80. Okay, saying something. Gonna bring that
Okay, sorry. Okay, when you're ready.
Yep.
Yep.
Start a flight. Oh, they're back.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Where did they go for half an hour?
Interfere with the mapping?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I am curious about this line, what it ends up looking like, honestly, though. But we might redo that one, I guess. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can see them in the.
Yeah.
Yeah. For anyone who might have tuned in more recently, these fish there was a huge little school of them that engulfed us for a hot minute earlier in the dive, but they'd left since then, which is good because they will interfere with the mapping.
Is it the height? Are you okay to a certain height? And then after that?
He gets over the lip.
Once I get to this lip,
Okay, let's not go over the lip. Let's just stay a little below. End of line? End of line, sorry.
See how much delta we have now.
we've got 80 right now. On the surface, but we're on that down.
You let us know when it's hard to pilot, and then we'll just end the line.
Well, let's say, just try to get back again. Stroke.
You got about 71 deltas on it. You got about 68.
Right? You ready?
Start a line.
Seem to find that.
No, I just, yeah, it's kind of, where's the nose? Yeah.
72 delta.
Yeah, that's basically as far as I can get.
Okay, and apply?
Yeah. Just easy when I hit the top.
Yeah, that's
this
fine.
current must be running over the top there. It's just. Well, that's the same. Oh.
I mean, we're kind of in a valley, right? On in
Yeah,
this
it's
fault,
weird. Just
so
when we came around that corner, it's like, ooh.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Is that the picture for any scan? Okay.
Still coming around there. Okay. I had to actually turn it around because it was going round like that, so I was scanning at an angle. That's why I changed my head a little bit. So you see that we can try to start the whole start. So it's going round like that. Okay.
We're gonna start, Cat.
Alright, start a line. Yeah. It's like coral level.
See what I mean? You may, if you want to turn the lights up, you can just turn it down.
Start.
Start.
No, leave it.
just using the thing for 2.5. Yeah, that's it. Try and keep it straight. How's it looking though, generally? Is it okay?
I think so. See lots of green. A little worried about a lot, but it's really hard to tell.
It's a little bit, yeah.
There's not a whole lot of features
You know
in
what
this area.
actually a cool way to do is doing 2 laser cuttings each side. That gives you a line to run to. Gives you then you can maybe cross-reference it with something you find, like a big rock or whatever. It's not an easy one though.
No, I've been trying to keep track of something at the bottom to go up, but at the top I'm like, I don't know.
You're kind of drifting as well, isn't it? Because it's just
it does
shape,
seem.
unfortunately. I'm pretty sure.
But like that data's perfect right now. That's all good.
Keep up, Greg. That's what I say.
Doing wonderful. Let's get that pencil sea urchin in high resolution.
And this one, see the one on this side, what's that one? The red waterfalls?
This one, that's the backscatter from the multibeam.
Okay, and the line?
And the line.
How do you feel?
ROV control, GPE.
Probably that next.
Pause. Look, Barry.
In the broccoli and the tea. The broccoli and the tea.
Yeah. There was no broccoli this morning.
I had broccoli 2 days ago.
Oh, God.
No.
Just go with it. Nice, easy. So we'll get up.
Data's perfect right now. Little spot watch there.
Yeah, that's what I was getting. So it's like, oh, more juice.
The anemones.
science control, that's CTD off bottom and heading to...
Oh, yeah, thanks.
So again, there you had a call from the
End of line.
marine technician, just letting the ROV pilots know where the CTD was.
So do you like the stick?
Oh, it's rubbish. It's like, wow, rough. It's just disorientating to get through off. You want to light, you can't see it on the heart. On what?
Okay, one line.
Like an R70 a day or something. So you come in with 3 meters off. Two and 2.5 now. Ready?
Ready?
Yep.
Start a flying.
Roger.
Yeah. Yeah. Was one of the biggest accumulations at the bottom. Where it's clearly that if it wasn't vertical, there would be a reef, but it just at the bottom when it gets too big. Curious if rock process here 80 feet from this time or 80 feet from the last file. See if we see a strong visible difference in conditions. Yeah.
End of line.
End of line.
Okay.
Alright, start of line.
Roger that. Cards changing.
Oh, yeah.
It's coin.
Yeah, they're drifting. Yeah, yeah.
Great.
End of line.
End of line. Okay. Yeah.
Current changes to the bottom of the office in that picture. Stand by. No, stand by.
Oh, stand by, sorry.
Okay. Okay, start line.
Start line.
That's where the color is. I'll wait till you finish. It's alright, it's quite accurate, actually. The last 3 years.
6 hours.
Yeah, it was nice. That look at the bottom.
I want to get a basket star.
Okay. Ready?
Ready?
Nope.
Start of line.
Nope.
Yeah, the laser. We're at 75. Yeah. Control power the laser.
In the blind.
In the blind.
Yeah. We have to change the head a little bit just so we're going round.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll just do it at the start and then.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, start.
Start of line. I can see a lot of them. Those like flat sponges come up really strongly and intensely. Yeah. They are like completely. Anything else that's around? Looks like one of the very smooth surface the next thing. The white.
End of line.
End of line.
Okay.
Start a line?
Yep.
Start a line.
ROV science control, that is CTD passing 100 meters off bottom and heading to depth.
Copy that, thanks. End of line.
End of line. Start a line?
Roger.
I was there in real time and the video photogrammetry survey was like
ROV time control and CTV coming up.
Oh, that thanks.
on the next pass, if we're able to get that side of the boulder that we just passed, would be great.
This side of the boulder.
Yeah, like on the starboard side.
That's end of line. That's going to go up. End of line.
End of line. I was looking at yes. Straight in the middle. Oh, I calculated it. I can't remember. I believe it's 50.
For anyone just tuning in, we are currently mapping the face of this wall down at 400 meters below the surface of the ocean. So the strobing lights and the purple laser that you see occasionally when we're headed up this wall are part of the equipment that's being used to map this wall. On the right side of your screen, you actually see the well, there you see some files, but the colored lines, when those pop up, is actually the raw data that the scientists can see from the laser as they're collecting that. And as you can see, it stores quite a lot of data. Even just so far, we're at 135 gigs already, just for the about 2.5 hours we've been doing this. So it's a lot of data. But we will be mapping for this dive. Our past two dives were sampling dives, where we collected rock samples and coral samples and took video transects. This dive is a mapping dive, so the porch of the vehicle, where we usually store our bio boxes for our samples and our coral quivers and the like, that porch is currently dedicated just to the mapping equipment. So you can see there in your lower left, pretty empty. You just see the waffle grid of the porch, and then it's got this large mount on it that has the two strobes, as well as the laser equipment and a multi-beam unit on top of that. If you have any questions about this whole process or about the dive in general, feel free to type those in the chat if you're watching live over on YouTube or Facebook, and we'll see if we can get someone to answer those for you.
Start flying.
Start a line.
Flying.
And a line.
Yeah, heading change, Captain.
That's fine.
Okay. Start line.
Start a line.
you guys doing?
Great.
Yeah.
Look at the beautiful data.
Oh, it looks like green and blue and slightly red splotches. Yeah.
Yes, well, mostly green, so
Mostly
we're good.
green. And the vehicle nav's going okay.
Yeah.
Are you going like this? And going like this?
I don't just up.
Just going up.
Having the like most smooth vehicle nav is quite important.
Oh, so it's easier to just rise up rather than worry about that.
Yeah, where you can't see where you're going. Going down. But the currents are pretty strong. So once we get to the top, we have to like stop just before the top because it gets too strong.
All right, very good.
It seems to be going all right.
Yeah, they're
Busy at it.
They're going a little batty. I think they said they've done 7, and they maybe do 30 of them.
Yeah, they did it last time.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy stuff.
What's the CTD number record for a cruise?
I don't know.
I actually never experienced somebody doing
There you can actually see the CTD just below the surface. So the CTD is just going up and down through the water column for, it's going to be ultimately about a 12-hour period. And so that's why occasionally you'll hear an announcement from the marine tech to the pilots here, letting them know where the ROV is.
Geology, but not at that time scale.
and it seems like the currents haven't been too problematic in terms of the wire and stuff. So hopefully that'll stay.
Definitely a noticeable difference from the last time we dove here. So as Rob, if the ABCP, the ship or ABCP, while we sit in one place, show you anything.
All right. Well, I'm just catching up on
everything
and reports and all that. Yeah, it's modestly under control. And I'm also trying to deal with the legal field equipment, sort of deep. So I have something on the hook.
In the line. Start a line.
Start a line.
ROV sign control, that is CGD 100 meters off bottom and heading to depth.
Oh, that, thanks.
In the line.
And line.
Start a line.
Start a line. Line number 50. Woo-hoo. Get about halfway.
That's not bad, is it? And the file's large when you're going to run. How much is each? You know the size there? The file sizes.
XYZ, or about half a gig to not quite a gig.
Alright, well, it's up there.
It's a lot of data.
Fair bit.
ROV science control, that is CTD, coming up to just below surface.
Probably that next size drone.
End of line.
End of line.
Start of line.
End of line.
We're working to get some samples put together for folks to check out of this. So yeah, we'll hopefully be able to post those up at some point so you can see kind of what the finished scans look like. It's kind of difficult to parse it from the raw laser data. Oh, our fish are back. So you'll see those come through the laser data though. When they swim through that line, you can kind of see it on the right side. But right now they're mostly staying out of the way. I don't know. Yeah.
Something's going on with those crabs. Big moves.
End of line.
End of line.
So it's lunchtime now. You'll probably hear some folks shuffle around at some point as people come in and let us go off to lunch. For anyone just joining us now, wherever you might be, good morning. Or, if it's after work or something, good afternoon, good evening. You're catching us in the middle of a mapping dive. So our past couple dives have been sampling dives where we've collected samples. For this dive, we're collecting something a little bit different. We're trying to actually collect some 3D scans of this rock face in front of us. So this expedition, right, the name of it is Vertical Reefs of the Galapagos. And we are interested in better understanding the corals that grow on vertical faces like cliffs and like the rock dikes that we've encountered a few of. But these cliffs in particular are difficult to map. Any vertical face is difficult to map with the traditional multibeam systems that are basically top-down images of the area. Because with a top-down view, a cliff is just a line, and on one side of that line, it's very shallow, and on the other side of the line, it's very deep. That's it. So you can't really collect a lot of the texturing or the terrain details. So what we've done is we've mounted some of these devices. We have a multi-beam forward-facing instead of downward-facing on ROV SuBastian right now, and we also have a laser scanner, which is all the flashing and fancy lights that you're seeing. And we're using those to fly down next to these vertical faces and scan our way along them so that we can hopefully put together some 3D models of these faces and the corals that are growing on them. So we won't be collecting the samples that you've seen us collecting the past couple dives for this particular dive.
Changing heading to port a bit.
Okay.
Started one.
Start one.
End of line.
End of line.
So the strobes are capturing actual full images, and then the laser is capturing the profiles. And so the laser currently is capturing 47 profiles a second. And we are up to nearly 75,000 profiles captured just for this dive. As far as the images go, we're up at almost 7,500 images. So there you can see kind of an example of some of those images as they chunk their way on into the system. And so combining the profile, which captures the sort of the texture, along with the image, which captures obviously like the photographic detail of the area, combining that with some other data collected by the ROV, we can form a better model.
Some hole.
Oh yeah.
Good line.
Was the current similar, or is
It's
it changing?
getting better.
It's getting better. It must have been a tidal thing.
It's not so bad here on top. The data's still looking good.
Yep. Looking grand.
Okay, start one.
Start a line. What was that hole?
There was a hole. End of line.
End of line.
See a hole in the next one.
Is it? Yeah, this is just the truth.
Start of line.
Start of line. Or see those spots.
What's the name of this place?
The name? We've just been calling it Seamount east of St. Cristóbal. East of St. Cristóbal. We don't. It wasn't mapped before we were here, so there's no name for it.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. If we get on the next line, if we can change the heading and see if we can image in the crack. Yeah, these white sponges, you can see it. The intensity is just way higher.
End of line.
In the blind.
ROV science control, that is CTD, 100 meters off bottom.
Over there. Okay, start of line.
Start of line. Match it to what we're.
No, so we tipped it a little bit.
Yeah, look.
We've tipped the lasers, and oh yeah, you can. Oh, you can definitely make out coral there. That's cool.
Alright, we're going to get. Oh, okay, I lost it. Might be upside down.
End of line.
End of line. Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Yeah, mine's all. I think we'll have a better view of the next one.
Yeah, no problem. Perfect.
So following my lines.
I don't know if we'll get to 100. I thought we'd get to 100, but we're getting close.
ROV science control at CGD 10 meters off bottom and heading back up to surface.
Tell me how it makes.
Keep going till we're at 100 as well.
So I'm curious if this would like integrate with GIS or how this data could be used. Yeah.
So GIS depends on the software, but like for example, ArcMap is usually tends to be again looking down and two-dimensional. Our globe can do three-dimensional. We've been using a freeware called Cloud Compare that's specifically a 4-point cloud. Yeah, so we don't have to squash that third dimension.
Cool.
So 2.5 meters up straight.
2.5 meters away, 2.5 meters up.
2.5 meters
just up. Is it all in front of us?
Just going up. We're trying to do like overlap a wee bit, so like
Yep.
Pick a sponge to aim at.
What's the SOI?
Line, 2.5 meters.
2.5 meters.
About, yeah. So we're moving about half a meter.
We're kind of trying to use the lines, but it's not.
Yeah, we just
100% accurate.
That looks easy to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Obvious.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
all right.
post-process.
Here come our fish friends again, it looks like.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's harder to see.
We've got our lights down pretty low. They need to be kept pretty low for the mapping gear on board. So might be a little dark on stream, darker than usual, but hopefully you've been able to see the schools of fish that keep showing up. All right, we just had a little handover here. So we are picking back up. Our last pilot team just went off to lunch, and we're continuing with our mapping.
It's looking great. The data's looking great.
Yeah.
We're a little bit far.
Actually, pretty good terrain. Yeah.
And over the next line, we're trying to slowly change the heading to get in that crack hole that you're seeing on the star.
Alright, so it's going to be slightly
You mean slightly to the left? Like, we'll go
Like-
right and we'll look left.
Yeah. And let us know when the current's too strong at the top.
Yeah.
SOI.
Oh.
Ooh, and yeah, just random fish bombs.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
And light, yeah.
They're less than ideal for the
Wow.
footage, or for the mapping.
They were like that at the bottom, and now they're at
No,
the top.
yeah.
And if it gets really too
that
bad,
the
we might have to.
Yeah, sure. Huh?
Yeah,
wow.
no, they're real short lines.
Oh. Jeez.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen them in a little while. The fish.
Which is nice because they're short enough you can kind of remember the thing you were basing that line
Yeah.
off of for when you scoot over.
People argue. No, we're going to sponge. No, it's like,
We can name them all individual sponge.
Alright, so
Yeah, we can probably do a slightly bigger turn here because I'm pretty sure we've imaged that face, so we gotta go on that.
alright, so I'm gonna go
The fish.
The lovely fish.
I'm gonna start. So and it's gonna slowly swing it around to get into this corner over here to your stuff.
And then do the roll just on the screen at the top left. And then just right now is 125. Yeah. So when you release it before you start to fly, you just
See it start to turn a little bit there, so I'm just kind of address it more.
So you put the line number
Rotate this a little bit.
and then set up the line and then apply the heading.
See that?
And then you save it and then at the end of the line you re-add the line.
So you want to get in this crack.
So here you can see what the scientists are looking at. So we've got the laser on the left there and the multibeam on the right. You've seen the multibeam for some of the other dives, because even on our past two dives with the collection dives, we have still had the multibeam on board, and there's been a couple opportunistic cliff faces that we've gotten with the multibeam. But the laser is this jumbo thing in front of us that kind of gets mounted as we need it. So basically, the very top, there's a little black tube there and a little gray bit underneath it that there's a wire plugged into, and that is the multi-beam. And then the whole little tube underneath that, that's kind of backed by that metal frame holding it to the sub, that's the laser. And then there's the little T-bar kind of running out towards the manipulator there in the distance, and that is going to be a strobe on that end, and there's another strobe on the other side as well. All right, I'm going to go grab lunch, which means I'm going to hand the seat on over to Jimbo here for a little bit. I'm sure he's happy to take a break from the CTD for a moment. So I'll be back in a little bit.
So there's our crack. Alright. So this is us facing the crack.
More overlap is better than no overlap.
Yeah, that's
Great. Right, ready when you are.
Alright, let's hit it.
Start line.
Start line. Hello. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, so far.
A bit more stressful than it should have been.
Can you talk about it?
Nice. I'm trying to put it behind me.
It's not good. You don't need to repress those feelings and emotions. You need to get them out there so you can address them head on.
Do you ever been a psychologist?
No.
No.
I don't let people do that. I lack empathy.
You certainly found a nice load of fish earlier on.
I think you're changing the subject.
Maybe.
That's why you heard out the fish. So we get a little bit close on the right side. There you go, perfect.
That's the current spot. There's a fish. Push the up.
Very green. Nice.
100% permit. Good.
So my gig is signed up to the course of
I have a question.
Yes.
Why a purple laser? As opposed to green or blue?
So that's how
For
it's
the
more on
party
the
mode.
Ah, okay.
It may be because it travels better, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's the end of the line there. The blue is more efficient in the distance.
End of line.
I don't know the specifics.
Alright, so that was on the crack closely, but coming at it flat onset again. So maybe just put it to your left. Put it to my Lucy.
Towards your Lucy. You definitely have good coverage because it's actually more of your crack line.
Yeah.
Monday.
Alright.
Unless you got to answer some questions. No.
Start line.
There we are.
See our viewers now.
Yes, that is an octopus. Good eye.
ROV CGD within 100 meters of the bottom.
I've got it. Jimbo, are you a Daft Punk fan?
I am.
Are you?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Daft Punk album?
Oh, God. I don't know. It's. I really enjoyed the Tron Legacy soundtrack. Random Access Memories is also very good.
Is that good? You want to continue on? Is that good or you want to continue on? I don't know how
We can keep going up as far as you're happy with. It's just that the current's a bit higher at the top, so whenever you need to stop, you can.
Alright,
Very sad that they split up. Well, just stop.
I know. Sad day for me too. Much evening national tea contest. Having a hose. Real fun. Alright, that's
End of line.
I was forced to learn about the Beatles in high school by this crazy music teacher, and I hated them.
Well, that's unfortunate because they're great. But I want to discuss the fact that you were in music school, music class in high school. Did you play an instrument? Or was it more vocals or just musical theory? What was that?
I did play an instrument.
Go on.
I played the viola and the recorder earlier on.
Okay.
And then I gave it all up and switched classes to computer studies.
Do you regret that decision?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. I wish I'd kept up with the instrument.
You could be a fiddle player.
Yeah.
Which would be awesome.
I was starting to relearn the recorder and got it with me. But the problem is you can't play anywhere unless you do the soundproofing places.
You and I are going to sit on the back deck and you're going to play the recorder for me.
Yeah, I can't play anything yet. I'm just literally learning the notes.
What about hot crossbones, Jimbo?
Oh, vegan ones? Yeah, vegan hot crossbones. I'll have some of those. You got it?
Yeah. It's my favorite recorder song, Vegan Hot Crossbones.
I thought we were talking about food then. I don't know what the song
It's like the regular one, it just sounds a lot worse. I like it.
A little bit less flavor.
Yeah,
I like it. I don't know what Hot Crossbones song is about. I have to look that one up. Mike Oldfield. You ever heard of him?
No, so you related to Paul Oldfield?
No,
He's heard of him. He does the Midnight Shadows.
Yeah, and also the music in what's that scary film called?
Jaws.
No. That's the anchor.
Dr. Zhivago?
Tubular Bells is the music that's it's in one of the films.
Black Christmas?
No, I'm gonna have to
The
look it up.
Exorcist.
Hang on. Yeah, I think it might be.
The Omen. That scared me as a child.
Let me verify that.
The original. I didn't watch it. Happy? Turn a little bit to your stuff. See more directly on the face. Use your radar. Use your radar. Radars.
Yeah, you're right, it's The Exorcist. Anyway.
Nice! Out of all the scary movies you could have picked.
That's pretty scary.
So, he does all sorts of stuff, and the way he does it, Jeffrey, he replays every single instrument, just lays down one track after another.
Oh, like Prince.
I don't know. Does that have Prince did it?
Prince played every instrument on his debut album, yes.
Okay. Well, anyway, so that's how he does things, and one of the instruments he plays is a recorder, and he does it amazing. And if I could get anywhere even like half as good as him.
Studline?
That's good. Alright. I remember the recorder was like what we played in music class when we were young, but like teach us. It was like the first introduction that we had to music in music class. I played cello as a child.
You did?
Yeah, which is awesome, but I had to carry it to and fro, which is unfortunate. It was as big as I was.
And you give it up in the end?
Yeah, I gave it up because I just got sick of carrying it around.
That's it.
Yeah. I would have transitioned to like bass or something if I could. You play any instruments?
I play the violin.
So we could have a violin, viola, like a couple more. We'll have a string quartet.
Don't ask me to.
Cello, viola.
Yeah, I haven't played viola in like 4 years, so forget that.
What would be the fourth one tonight?
But what is your style?
Kazoo!
It's not
Yeah, I'm
string
actually
instrument.
into jazz stuff, which is why
I'm a big jazz fan.
Molly mentioned the bass.
The rest of my family plays the saxophone.
What, the whole rest of your family?
Yes, my 2 brothers and my mother.
Oh, God.
And my dad plays everything. The bagpipes, the accordion, the violin.
Really?
Yeah.
My dad used to play about a dozen different instruments. Amazing.
Do they like play together? Like a little family sit around the earth?
And my mother and brother would do some duets, and my dad and I, we do a lot of jigs and reels.
What?
Jigs and reels, like for music.
Okay.
But the bagpipes is not always a team instrument.
Interesting fact.
So that's right for showboat.
When we were in Vigo,
Oh yes.
we were exploring, and he would play the bagpipes.
Galician pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we found that there's a big Celtic ancestry and all that history in that area, so yeah, very common. I realized it.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Was it quite familiar, or was it quite different style?
It didn't really have much of a unique distinction about the bagpipes. I'm not really. Bagpipes aren't quite as popular where I grew up as other places, so I don't really have a lot of foundation with it, but it seemed normal.
seemed familiar to Russ, and I would trust him on that one. He's Scottish. No. Yeah. We went to
End of line.
End line.
what's it called? Santiago de whatever.
Estela.
Yeah. And
The big trail.
yeah, Ben and I actually did that. The Bay of St. James. But we just, a bunch of us just went up there for an afternoon one time. We just got find the bagpipes around there. It's pretty good. Is that the outlet?
An impressive instrument. I wouldn't want to be around it. That's what was just learning.
Okay. There was somebody who was on board years ago who played the bagpipes, and then we had him with him.
On Falco?
Yeah.
Really?
And so then when we were getting underway, because he was on board, and then we went to the port. We were in port for a little while. He was still around. He was there when we left. So when we left and we were just sailing off the dock there, he sat at the end and played his bagpipes for us.
Who was that?
Oh, who was it? It was a random guy.
A crew member or something?
No, sign.
Okay.
Yeah.
My father took bagpipes to university and would play. They used to go down to the basement to play. They didn't realise that the fireplace, the chimney, funneled the music all around the university halls. So everyone would have this bagpipe music from their fireplace.
Imagine if you didn't know what was going on. You're just like, is your hobbit?
It was in Scotland, so it's fairly well placed.
But going back to what you said about not wanting to be around when someone was trying to learn to play the bagpipes, isn't that the same with any instrument? Any instrument sounds bad when you're trying to learn it.
The bagpipes are very loud.
I bought my little 5-year-old niece a full-on drum set for her birthday just recently. Her mom is sending me videos of her just crazy instrument.
Really?
Thank you very much. Sarcastic.
Right. Okay, yeah. That's what I was expecting.
She's doing great. I'm very proud of her. She's like Sheila.
Alright, ready when you are.
Alright, start a line.
That is brilliant.
Wait for the flourish. There you go.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, I am the greatest uncle ever.
Oh, did you play? I play the piano and the trumpet. Oh, right. Play that no longer? Yeah, no longer, but I'd like to get back into some music.
The trumpet will be good. It's easily transportable.
Ooh, look at that big crab.
Carried around. It's not like the cello.
Yeah.
I need to get you back.
He is, very slowly, but he's going somewhere.
I walked a little bit of it.
He's got that cello walk. Yeah.
He's getting lazy.
Still is.
Oh, yeah.
Common affliction for kids forced into giant string instruments too.
Where's my wife? When we were in fifth grade, I think it's a music test when I learned you scored well on it. When I teach me in our quartet at elementary school. And I was like, wait, I get to leave class and go play instrument for an hour every Thursday? Yes, like, yep, done. I did. And there was the choice of playing the viola, the violin, or the cello. And all I knew was it looked like a stand-up base. Yeah.
Usually find big board cello.
It was bigger than me. I've never been tall for my age, so I feel great up.
End of line?
End of line. Andrea, do you play any instruments?
Sorry?
Do you play any instruments? No? As a child, anything?
Only the flute? Like
Oh,
in
like
the
a
school.
recorder?
Yeah, and yes, only that.
Okay.
But no, never played.
You didn't have to learn any in school?
No, actually no. I mean, it was only like that one was compulsory, like everybody has to do it, but nothing more. But I mean, I grew up in a village of 300 people, so it's
Wow.
like it was kind of limited.
Where was that?
In Italy, in the mountains, the Alps. Do you guys play?
Jimbo is a recorder and
No. I can't play anything, but I've got a recorder on board. I keep meaning to do something with it, but the problem is there's no soundproofing in the cabins. There used to be on the old ship.
We're gonna work out something, and you're gonna give a little.
No, because I
concerto
can't
at the end.
do anything.
Yeah, concerto. We'll have a combination quiz night, concerto.
Oh, we can combine the quiz night.
You can be lucky if I play one note correctly.
You have to
just
play
play that one
popular
note a bunch.
culture.
Yeah, that'd be the thing. Yeah, you play a song, and they'll have to guess what song it is.
Yeah.
Not guess, because it'd be so spot on and perfect. They'd be like, well, obviously.
It will not.
be.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a story. So my dad, as I said, played loads of instruments, including the organ, and occasionally he would play for the organ in one of his local churches. And so I went one Sunday to listen to him play, and came out of the church. Did you realise what I was playing at the end there? I said, well, no, it just sounded quite nice. Yeah, it was just a modification of 3 blind mice on the church organ once they were walking out.
Set up right about here last time.
Yeah.
So over, I can bump over a little bit further.
So here is our last pass.
Yep.
That's
Our last down pass.
no, that's that's.
So you came up here.
No, you were right the first time.
Yeah. All right. So you want to catch this spot right there, or are you okay with it?
Maybe if we go up there, yes. I just will be ready for 2 sponges next time.
Alright. So let me come up with the other video.
I grew up in a cityscape.
Yeah,
between these two, right?
those two. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go across from that one, that's great. So if we would get
It's right there.
Where they build the cars.
They actually don't build cars in Detroit.
Not too much.
They build, no, they did.
40 meters?
Now, like, they have the plans that are outside of it. Like,
Remember when Top Gear went there and did drag racing group?
Yeah.
Some remarkable architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this one's like that. That's great.
Cool.
Did you grow up in the village?
Oh
Alright.
God, I grew up in so many different places.
Start a line?
Starline.
One of the places is Hamlet, I think you call it, called West Chevington.
West Chubbington?
Chevington.
Oh, Chevington.
Lived on a farm for a year or two, I think.
What kind of animals did you have?
Like the farm had sheep. I remember we got up either early one morning or late at night to see the sheep being born.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
I had sheep, chickens, cows, you know. But, gosh, I was born in Hexham, which is a village in Northumberland. The hospital's since been knocked down.
Northumberland?
Yeah. And then lived in Shotley Brig, which is another old village. And then Leeds, and I think then Tynemouth, it's just near Newcastle. And
Is there a river there?
there is. Are you taking the mic? Yeah, you are. And then we moved across to Liverpool, then Southport, then Formby, where I finished high school. And yeah, that's growing up basically done.
Okay. Nice. Jeez. Did you already go to that one or no?
I did, yeah. And I had it more summit last time.
Okay, so we'll just use that as a left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah. If you are, so it should be our metric where it's 11 meters up the next time.
So you're getting pushed to the left all the time, are you?
Yeah. Delta's pretty good. Just the, I can do a little bit more though.
I think it's alright. It's just the kind of current's constant.
Alright, so here you want to swing your starboard bit. Well, I don't know which line is.
You want to go, yeah, so the
I'm looking at this empty snapshot. I don't know if that line is a up or down.
yeah, the one directly ahead of us is a down, it's a coming back.
Okay.
So that's an opposite.
What is that? 600 stars.
What in here?
The Facebook chat, the last one from us.
I don't know. I did not send that. Weird.
Alright, that's great.
End of the line?
End a line.
ROV CTV within 100 meters.
ROV back.
Ask Alexandra if I forget about that.
Mr. Havens?
Yeah.
They mentioned it, something about it, I think, yesterday. Said he turns everything off. But I don't know if it's on.
Yeah, this is where I want to do it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Priory.
You used to play there as a child?
Did rubbings there.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
School used to take us a bit of time.
Yeah, like old buildings where I grew up were like from 1945.
You know where my house was built?
What are you in now? The one in the UK or the one in the greater Boston area?
One in the UK.
That one was built 1871. 1871.
Yeah.
Ben was only 30 at that time.
Yeah, he was just getting a taste of life.
Ben was a young spry buck at that time.
Uh-huh.
I would quarry the stones for it.
He may have done.
Oh, sorry. I was like, okay. I didn't realize it was like,
It's like, yeah.
that you can do some.
Hello.
You know that Jimbo is an excellent recorder player and also a original
What's this send 200 stars?
Like
business?
don't worry about it. Those things still
Okay, I will not worry about it then. I thought.
Alright, thank you to Jimbo for covering me while I went and grabbed lunch real quick. Let's see, we are still mapping, as expected. Our current fish situation is not out of control, so that's good. For anyone else who might just be joining right now, you know, if maybe you're just tuning in, maybe this is the first time you've ever tuned in for any of our dives. This is an interesting dive to tune in for the first time, but you are watching footage from a remotely operated vehicle named SuBastian. So think of like a robotic submersible. No people riding in the submersible, instead they are controlling it. So the submersible is about 400 meters below the surface of the ocean. So 400 meters away, up top, right, plus a little bit, is a surface ship, the research vessel Falcor 2. And that's where folks are controlling the ROV from. And they're doing that over a 6-kilometer long wire. So we are able to see the camera feeds from onboard the ROV. We have quite a few cameras on board. On the left of your screen right now, you can see 2 of those feeds. And there's a lot of flashing lights. Like I said, kind of an interesting dive if this is your first one, but all the same, welcome. So those flashing lights are part of a mapping suite that we've got on board right now. So there's a little purple line out there, a little purple laser, that is capturing deformities on the terrain, right? So imagine if that laser was just going over a completely smooth surface. It would just be a straight line. But when it goes over like a bump on that surface, the laser itself isn't going to be a straight line anymore. It's going to have this little wiggle in it where that bump is. And so as this laser goes up the wall 47 times a second, it is being captured as a profile of what the terrain looks like at that moment. And then the strobes, the flashing white light, twice a second, that is capturing an actual still image of that area of the slope. And so combining those two with other data that the ROV is collecting, scientists are actually going to be able to reconstruct a three-dimensional model of this cliff that they're scanning. And this is all in an attempt to better understand the vertical reefs of the Galapagos, right? That's the name of this expedition we're on right now. Looking at the corals that live on these vertical faces, like these cliffs. Yesterday we had a cliff that was like 130 meters tall or something like that. That was pretty crazy. But it comes all the way down to like, we've had like a meter tall little rock dike basically out in the middle of nowhere. But these vertical faces are really difficult to map traditionally with a top-down view, because top-down doesn't really catch that vertical relief. And so by mounting these devices on the ROV forward-facing, we can bring the ROV down next to these faces and actually scan them from the side, which will allow scientists to get a better appreciation, better understanding of what's on the vertical face and of the terrain of the vertical face. So the sub also has some multibeam on board right now that we're also using to map. That multibeam can get a resolution of a couple centimeters, right? So we would see critters, but they'd be really fuzzy, right? But the laser mapping system, that can actually get a resolution of millimeters to where we could even count the individual polyps on coral. And so really exciting. And we've seen some early modeling from these. It's really cool. We're trying to get some models that folks at home might be able to see. You know, we'll toss some up on the screen maybe, because it would be really cool to be able to show you sort of what we're looking at right now. So currently we're just scanning this wall, and you can see just how wide a swath we're actually able to scan at a time with this laser. So basically we have to kind of cruise up the wall with the laser on, and then they turn it off because we're at the top, and they drop back down to the bottom of the wall, and they scooch over a little bit. You don't want to scooch over too much, because if you scooch over too much and there's an area that just never gets hit by the laser, then in your data and in your model, you'll have a hole. There'll just be an area that's not there. It can't be modeled. So you always want to have some overlap. So they're going to drop back down. They'll scooch over a little bit so that they'll kind of rescan an area on the way up, but they're also still getting some new parts along the way. And then we kind of just inch our way down the wall like this, going up, scanning, dropping back down, scoot over, and go back up, scanning, drop back down, and scoot over. So that's the dive today. We're going to do a little other little section of mapping a little bit later on, but it's not a collection dive today. We are not collecting any samples. If you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, welcome. Love having you here. And if you have any questions for the scientists, feel free to type those in the chat, and we will try to answer those as we can. Weather outside today, not looking too bad. Let's take a look here real quick.
No weather bird?
No weather bird today still. They're slacking.
They had one job.
I know, the weather bird was easy. If the bird is bright, it's sunny. If it's ruffled, it's windy. If it's wet, it's rainy. Yeah.
We got that.
Yeah. I mean, we do have this. Most of that, I think, is kind of some salt. We need to get out there and spray the camera, because it does have a windshield wiper, but I think some of this is hardened and needs to get softened back up. Let me see if I can get it to at least focus past that. So weather's not looking too bad out there. You're able to see it's overcast, but not terribly. So hopefully our stream holds nice and strong for folks at home today. And if it starts to get a little futzy, we'll work to get that corrected for you. Yeah, the weather birds are here at night. There was a ton of them out last night. They just have decided they don't like that door today, apparently.
anyway. So these mics aren't very sensitive, are they? So I was listening to. That's been a little bit busy for starters.
We came down to the point from the top, and it looks like it's spinning free in space. Yeah. Like
So we've been going for. So we've been on bottom for about 4 hours or so. Let me see if I can pull up the approximate time for this dive, but of course those are always in flux. For this dive. Oh, I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. Chris's ears perked.
Coming up. My goal.
Here we go.
To have the recovery come as soon as Ben sits down.
Have Ben in there?
I like the idea of being like, that's cool. And have an extra like, oh, I gotta go.
Yep, yep. All right, so approximate duration of 13 hours, and we're about 4.5 hours in with the descent time built in there. So we got a little ways to go yet still.
What time did you get up there?
Like 8. Yeah, we're a little late getting out. But CTD is still going, so you'll hear the marine techs call up to ROV every once in a while, just letting them know where it is. Again, that's because both the ROV and the CTD are connected to the ship. So we don't want to get any lines tangled. So knowing where one is in relation to the other at all times is really important.
Do we have
ROV CTD within 100 meters of zone.
There you go.
That was timed very well, by the way.
That's great, huh?
Yeah. So Echo 2107 CTD?
Yeah.
So if I can choose that way,
Yeah, it drops pretty much straight down.
If it's too close, it's pretty much a washout. If it's too far away, it still garners some salvageable. Yeah. But don't focus on that. Just focus on green. Just green. Yeah. That's all I see. Yeah.
Should we end the line now?
I don't know. Do you want to?
Yep, end the line.
All right. Let's end the line. Feel as though that is backwards.
It is.
It makes so much more sense to me now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's backwards from. So Chris noticed that the laser is backwards from what we're seeing. So if something gets scanned, if something is being scanned only by like the left side of the laser as it actually is, as we see it in the ROV camera, you'll notice something change on the right side of the laser waterfall, the graphical representation. Yeah. Yeah.
See, I picked up on that slightly earlier. I just thought I was like losing my mind.
No, yeah. Well, it threw me off as well.
And then that last pass, it was so obvious. I was like, wow.
No, it threw me off looking at it. And I could flip it. I could flip it for folks at home, but we also beam this around the ship. So then, like, scientists who are already acclimated to left and right on it, I think looking at it would be like, oh, what happened?
I think that it's best for me.
Make it work for Chris. Okay.
It's a philosophy to live by. Training Tyler in that.
It's part of my competencies.
It's most of your competencies.
It is the competencies.
Yeah.
For the frame that holds the laser scanner on there, is that a frame they came with, or did we make that?
No, we made that.
We made that.
Yep, that's an Eddie special. That's the most every awesome thing we have.
Yeah.
That he makes because he's amazing.
Ah.
And the other guys too.
Yeah. No, it's great to be able to just put things together like that on the ship.
Yeah. So usually how it works is scientists will vaguely say, it'd be awesome if this, that, the other.
Yeah.
So, okay. And they'll be like, try to sketch something up and be like, I think this would work. I think this would be how we would go about it.
Yeah.
And then we give it to the fitters. And we tell them, hey, it's not a priority. We have this by, like, next cruise. Like, yeah, no problem. And the next morning, they're like, we made this. It was perfect.
Yeah. No, the fitters on board have a lot of saves under their belt. Like,
2.5
there's
meters.
so many times that they have saved people's entire plan.
Yeah. Like, we'll have all this stuff that you set up, so you made, and all this, and this doesn't work. And we'll look at it and be like, yeah, this isn't going to happen.
This is good right here.
Yep. We tell them what we need.
And I'm a little far away.
They make it.
Yeah.
Before you start flying, if you want
Yeah.
to start.
Yeah, no, the fitters, a lot of times you'll catch them out on the back deck, like, I don't know.
Mask on.
Yeah, they're just welding, and you're like, I don't know what that is, but it's probably very important to someone, and they're just out there, like, making it work. It's great.
Alright, we'll start now.
So yeah, the scientists sometimes will provide us, like, we'll basically ask them, we're like, okay, give us the dimensions of, X, Y, and Z of what you're bringing. And that way we can kind of, like, we have models that will try and fit everything into SuBastian with the model of, like, if there's an item this big, where does it go? And then the fitters can actually make these frames and all the little attachment points and everything else to make sure that that actually works. So.
And even little things like, you know, like, hey, I need a handle that's, you know, another 4 inches.
Yeah.
And then angled like this. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Let's just bring it to you later on that day.
Yeah. No.
And
The
then
fitters.
I install it, look, I figure out.
Fitters are very important.
Maybe it's the angle as well.
Because we really need
Yeah.
That's cool. Lasers. Oh, that's what happened there. I just focus on your satellite sonar, yeah.
Oh yeah. So this is from the side.
Yeah, if you look at it from the side, it makes a lot more sense, but it's not as easy to fly from. You see all the anemones coming out.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah. Not as useful to fly from.
No,
but a lot prettier.
Yeah.
A good screensaver.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of relaxing to
Yeah.
watch. Anemones appear and disappear.
Well, for you
So
guys,
that gives
yeah.
everyone online a bit of a view of what the
Getting
data
really
looks
excited.
like.
I don't think relaxing is the right word.
Not when you have to fly to the RV.
No.
You wouldn't get any sun out of that.
So this is just like the smallest little tease of the models that you're able to get from this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Cat was in there going, he's doing way too well. Let me see if I can.
That is really cool though.
Yeah.
You can see the intensity of different organisms. Like all the anemones are quite blue. They don't seem to reflect quite as much, while the sponges in white like come up real strong. You see them in red.
Hmm.
Right. A lot of this red is just these sponges we're just going over right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I see the I got the screen I gotta look at. Up here, left is. Yeah. I was looking at Alex's screen and there was just drop down on this.
Do you need me to adjust something?
Alright, I'll put it back.
There you go.
Okay.
Just like
Perfect. Tyler can see once again.
It was cool though.
It is neat. It's neat to see, but not to fly.
No, and if you get
If we had
distracted while
two-
flying.
Yeah, if we had 2 instances, that'd be the ideal. But
Yeah, he's like, whoop, where?
yeah.
Stay here.
So obviously, you're just running this. It must heat up, right? Like in the water, it's getting cooled by the water. But how long can you run that on land?
On land, so I've asked that question because I was very nervous because I do have like another camera that's not here that we can only turn on for about 5 minutes before it overheats.
Yeah.
So I did ask that because I was very worried about the instrument, and it depends on the temperature, obviously. Back
Sure.
home in Newfoundland in the winter it would be different, but about 20-30 minutes.
Okay.
If it feels hot, turn it off. Alright, and the line?
You run water over our instruments.
Yeah.
So for
Yeah.
that same reason, so if you need to do it on deck, probably stuff on the hose.
Yeah, when we're running things on deck that overheat, we can just run a hose over them of nice cold water.
It works. We can't do that with our hydraulic system. We can do it with our electrical system.
The hydraulics is still too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure Kat's going to be wrestling with some of the fish disruptions that that went through. So
we will see what that might look like in the data. I have a feeling there'll be like little specks of noise. I'm not sure I'll be able to see anything, but if there's anything cool, I'll make sure to show
spaghetti.
everyone. Yeah, because Kat here has done a lot of surveys using acoustics. And what happened when you saw dolphins or whales?
Yes, well, when we saw dolphins, it would disrupt the backscatter and the multibeam because they were always moving quite fast. Whereas we went over a whale once, so we had this perfect outline of a whale.
Oh wow!
Because it's much slower, so we passed over it. And that was definitely the coolest thing that happened that day, that week on the ship.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So yeah, definitely the rat tails, the one with the long skinny tail, they don't move as fast. Those we've definitely got great scans of. These tiny silverfish, I'm not sure we're going to see much except once.
Yeah. Real fuzzy.
Have you ever seen our review we had on?
Yeah.
Right. Let's do it. Alright. Start a line.
Starting the line.
If we can get a tiny bit closer, that would be great.
Reading my mind. A little bit more vertical, slightly away, but not much. Shelf. Shelf. Shut up just a slight bit.
ROV C2D within 100 meters.
You got me.
I mean, they've been working on this now for like 5 hours.
That is true.
Yeah. Just drop a C2D and bring it back up, and drop a C2D and bring it back up.
I remember when we were doing Toya's first cruise in the Atlantic or whatever. I had to be careful because anytime I walk out of the office, I come in here or vice versa. Whoever was the MT doing that, like, Chris, can you sit there for a minute? Like, let's get a break. They're like, I don't really want to.
Yeah. For anyone who is like, what are they talking about? We are running a CTD cast at the same time that we have the dive. So in our hangar, right, we have a port door, we have a starboard door. So ROV SuBastian gets put out through the starboard door. Over on the port side, we've got another little J-frame, crane over there. What would that be? It's J-frame.
Is it a Jafer motor? Yes, it's Jafer.
Yeah, but like I don't know, it's not a crane, but like
it's a J-frame launch and recovery system.
Yeah. So basically, another little system that hangs the CTD out over the water, and so we can drop both of these at the same time, one off port, one off starboard, but they're both connected to the ship by these metal umbilicals. So just got to be cautious. You just got to be aware of where both those devices are if we're running them at the same time, because you don't want those umbilicals anywhere near each other. And so basically for 12 hours today, we're just going to be dropping the CTD down to just off the seabed, bring it back up through the water, all the way back up to the surface, and repeat for 12 hours. And that's going to give us nice information of the water column through a tidal period. So that's pretty cool. And for these corals here, a lot can depend on that tidal period. You know, as far as what food might be getting brought through the water, it's going to be based on the currents, and those can change with the tides.
I am delighted with this.
I'll take your words and not your time. Right? Start line.
Start line. Coming up. Well, that's the last steps.
Alright, I gotta memorize the anemone pattern.
Oh, I have been taking so many photos. So, this one, the last one, we were just on the left of that.
Okay. That little white sponge at the bottom next to an anemone.
We'll have that to start with. No way we can keep that big. That's the most distinct part of the wall.
Impossible for us to not do it.
No, your angle's a little off. I'm not sure about this one. 20 degrees, half a degree? 1.32. Oh, gosh. That's way beyond our coordinates. Perfect.
Yeah, those are some well thought lines.
Oh, nice crab got scanned there. We'll see him later.
You won't see
You
anything
should
later.
see him in the. Go back to the side view just for the crab. Can I rotate this?
You can, but it's harder to see when they start rotating.
Just keep that 2.5 right where it is. And you're going to start to a flatter, more vertical spot right here. So jump out at you a little bit on your starboard side.
Not necessarily, because I swear some of it is the sponges. Yeah. If there was like a lot because there was a coral that's like coming out, you have to. Yeah, you can even look at the line when it goes over a sponge. It changes, like it's brighter. Oh, you can see it over the sponge. It's way brighter. Yeah. Ooh.
Alright, it's going to start falling away from you. So, well, you might straighten up actually, so it's going to come at you for this, this part right here.
Oh, wow. Oh, you have a picture from the end, too.
So this is going to
why did you start going over this?
Let's take a video of the previous line and watch it. See how it goes. I've seen that photo.
Horrible. It's crazy you can tell like where the separation is in the coral. Yeah, there's like a solid blue line. But...
Yeah, that's really what I've been impressed with the laser system is it can handle all these little holes. Because like structure for motion, you went like can't. For that, you can actually see the definition of the branches. At the end of the dive, we're just gonna look for cool animals and
just scan them. Yeah.
All right, end of line.
Our wonderful fish have returned.
Ready? Yeah. All right. Start of line. All right. Someone was asking about seeing the disruption of the. Let's see if we can see them. See them? Oh yeah, we can totally see them.
You're off
dive
the screen there. Yeah, let's see.
They'll be gone by the time.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, you can just see noise.
You get like little bits of fish.
Little bits of fish.
They're gone though.
Yeah, I got a little bit of it on there.
Excellent.
Yeah. We'll see if we can catch a fish a little later on for folks at
Is
home.
it more vertical now? No, it's probably going to come out of edge slightly, but you're fine. Yeah. 2.5. Back up just slightly, stay there. It must be yeah.
All the fish. Are you missing some fish? We got them.
A little bit of sand dash.
Ready?
Let's do it.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Yeah, let's look at the fish.
All right. All right, I got that on the screen. Let's see. Some little things. Yeah. Yeah, every once in a while there's little
Yeah.
blobbies in the water.
The little red zoom pads.
Okay.
Every square is 10 meters. Which means
about, yeah.
40 meters each. Good.
More, because that waypoint 94 is 50 meters away.
Okay.
Alright, ready whenever you are.
Oh, I'm ready.
Cool. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Start of line.
Start off
Oh.
That was a fish,
Fish,
blob.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there. We'll just make sure that we do a little fair situation being.
Yeah. Oh, my God, have you seen this? We've discovered how to look at the data. You see the enemies come in?
Oh wow, yeah, that's really
Yeah. It's from like the bottom.
That is amazing. Can I make a video of that?
Yeah, I just don't know how to center it.
Good.
Actually, we should maybe get Misha as well.
Yeah, I think so. Cool. Yeah. It's the cool.
Actually, that's a good point. and just had a little watch change here. Got Adam over in pilot, Zach in co-pilot now. Got a few more lines that we're going to be doing up this cliff.
Yeah, if you're open now, maybe once the ship moves, we'll have it.
So you said that normally this laser is in this kind of configuration, right?
Alright.
Were you saying that normally this laser is in this kind of configuration, like basically flat? Or am I just making that up? I mean, when they're not using it for core, like for whatever else they use it for.
I think it's got some versatility. I think we can have it straight down. In the image that I've seen, it was a similar setup to that, though not as, like it was 28 degrees. Now we have it at 75. It can also have like an arm for when, like, you use it stationary, but the laser's moving. There's that option too.
It looks like the laser actually isn't straight, is it? It's like coming more like that. From that, this is the body of the instrument, you know?
Some of it could be the mounting, and that's where we need the patch test for. So if we have a little offset in how we've strapped it.
I see why you guys picked this wall. It's lots of interesting stuff.
And earlier during the day it was like all vertical. Now it's been a bit more of a steep slope. Yeah.
ROV, CTV, what's your time frame on moving look like?
I'd say 10 to 20 more minutes.
Should we run another cast then, and then try and do it the next round?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine by us.
Copy, we'll try to do that.
See, that's about where the other one ended there.
Perfect. End of line. Alright, should we do the recording of the other view?
Did you get some green in there?
It was perfect. The data was perfect. We're just gonna flip it and look at it from the bottom so we can see each line across.
So you'll just have to pilot off with that at 2.5.
So I'm just basically following. See, he's like I've been following his lines there.
Yeah. Perfect.
So now we're doing, what did you say, 4 more? 3 more, 4 more?
Roughly.
How many lines do we have left?
That was 75.
75. So 5 more.
5 more. All right.
Get to 80.
Just let me know if you need anything.
Nice round number.
Yeah, we'll try to get at least 2 with the special view.
Definitely looks like you got the angle right for this portion. Huh? They're almost matched.
Yeah, when we first turned it on this morning, it was flat. I was like, oh, I really hope I got that right, because otherwise we're not mapping anything today.
We did a patch test, and it was like, like the Luxor in Vegas.
Never mind, no patch test. There is nothing flat. Hopefully it's the same mounting errors as last time.
somewhere in there.
Yep. Ready? Yep. Start of line.
176. Did Carl tell you earlier too he was having something weird happening in the file?
Yeah. He said it wouldn't come on.
Are you recording it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're showing them that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now you can see the end of these. Whoa.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's neat to see what this sponge looks like.
You can see what part is good and what part is red.
Yeah.
The sponges clearly reflect more.
Cool.
That's really cool.
All right.
Alright, happy to start there?
Yeah. You ready?
Yep.
Start. Blind.
78.
Did you want another one of the... That fish.
Welcome to the light show.
Yeah, we're almost done. Look at that. Have you seen that? Look at those anemones coming up.
Is that what that is?
Yep.
Very cool. So you got it to display like in low res real time?
Yeah, well, instead of looking at the lines from the top, we're
Yeah.
looking at them like this, so we can
Oh, I
actually
see.
see them coming in.
Relief.
Yeah, it's just
Cool.
not helpful for them to fly
Yeah,
by.
yeah, for sure.
But it's a good catch. All
Okay,
right.
So this is I went up and talked to the bridge. I can't remember who the guy
to CTD and 100 meters, coming up the rest of the way on manual.
Alright, I'm in position. I know it's 2.5. As soon as I pop up, it'll go to 3 on the wall.
That'll be perfect, thank you. Start in line.
Line so we know it.
The problem with this environment, it's really hard to tell apart the difference between noise and corals. Like a human can do it, but AI struggles a bit more. Like when it's stuff like buildings that are meant to be straight, it's a little easier. Like that crab, if I tried to automatically filter it, half the crab is gone.
Oh, really? What's the end goal going to be as far as would there be anywhere that you would put a model of this in VR or somewhere where the public could like look at it? And
Yeah, so I know it's doable. I know some people have done structure for motion, put it in VR, so we could definitely do that. And I was talking with my student, we'd love to, buy a VR set for the Charles Darwin, for example, and have one there. Yeah, so it's on the list of things to do, but it's probably only going to be in the next year or two that we manage to get all the steps to get that done. And yeah, then we'll like to put the full reconstruction online. I mean, even just in a PDF nowadays, you can do a 3D PDF, and then you can rotate the mesh around.
I was wondering about that because I saw when I was messing with that program,
Yeah.
it's literally my first time I've ever done it, but that was one of the export options.
Yeah, 3D
was
PDF.
And I was like,
Yeah, and it's just, you can rotate it around.
so then you could just hit print and it'll
Print 3D.
3D print, right?
Yeah, I definitely have because we publish papers about these things, and I put in my supplementary material like 3D PDFs of the reconstructions we have there. But you need to have add-ons and trust the documents, and there's a few steps.
How many scientists are going to do this lake too? A lot of y'all are leaving, right?
Most of us are leaving. 6-ish.
It's going to be quiet around here.
Yeah.
Do you prefer it when it's quiet, or do you prefer it when
I didn't mean that like in bad.
No, it's a genuine question.
I just mean it more like it's going to be weird, and yet I don't think I have never done a cruise on this boat with only 6 hours.
Yeah.
I don't really know how it's going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 36 hours.
I could see it. I could see it being a little bit nice, and I could also see it being a little bit ghost towny and weird too.
What do you mean 36 hours?
Because it's the transit, so there's transiting, I guess, turn on the multibeam, and then it's 36-hour stop.
Bridge.
Right.
Coco.
Sound control, that's a CTD at the service. I understand you want to be on move.
You got me on the first one, on the left, switch out.
I don't want to do a move.
Yeah, between the...
So we
We'll do the AC.
All right, so we just put in a ship move. We are going to be scooting. And
So that's the end of
I'll show you what we're looking at
two
here.
events, the multibeam and the...
That's why I have two. I have 1 and 2.
Yeah.
All stations
Multibeam
moving
and
off
laser.
now at 0.2.
And I will go get Claudio.
Yep, wrong one.
Oh no, you just missed it. You just missed the laser. No. Really? We can probably turn it on just so we can know.
I came just for this. Sorry. So where are we starting the HT back at?
I mean, we can start it at either end. That's fine.
Yeah, I think basically you're just doing these, right?
These
And is it going to be there and then back a different
no,
one?
back to the
So
end.
there and back, and
Yeah.
then there and back, and then there and back. Alright. So yeah, whichever dealer's talking
There we
about.
go. So we're going to now leave this wall and go do a nice little grid. So we've got to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, yeah, it must have jumped back. I'm not sure why.
Oh, no, I didn't.
He's got it.
When he jumped back, that happened earlier too.
So right now we're just putting in that ship move. So we just moved the waypoint here for Falcor 2, and then they call up to the bridge and they go, hey, we just gave you a new waypoint. And so they're going to head over there, and that'll give us space for ROV SuBastian to start doing this grid. So, ROV SuBastian waffle. All right, so that's the end of the laser scanner for now. And now we're just waiting for the ship to move.
76. Because he's going to be ways away. I'd rather be closer to him so it's point. And then we'll slowly walk.
And again, this is something that we had to coordinate with the CTD, with the marine techs, because the CTD is currently in the water, and it's going to be going up and down some more. But we needed to make sure that when the ship was moving, the CTD wasn't going to be in the way. Wasn't going to be like dangling down underneath the ship.
I don't think it'll matter so much for the ADCP though, because they're going to be pretty high. Hey, what kind of height are we going to want here?
So what we did is we waited until the CTD was at the surface, and that way it can't really get pushed too much, so you can actually see it there. Just waiting. And so we're going to make our move, and then the CTE will get sent back down, and we'll continue that. But if the CTD was down, you can imagine if it was actually down at the bottom and we started moving, then it's going to kind of get pulled underneath the ship a little bit.
So will you guys be able to tell us that?
You really see that.
Okay. Because we won't see it here. So.
No, you really see the profile. Yeah, it's going to put up here. Okay. So, yeah, once we are around it to get it started properly, then start like, and then it will be like being around 10 to 15 meters above the edge.
10 to 15 meters high at the edge.
Oh, there's our fish again.
That is the hole. That should be like around 3 meters from the thing. And we can go get that exact depth.
Yeah, we do like
Yeah,
I think so. I think Cat knows. Okay, so that's but I'll tell you now. Yeah. A little fish is there.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the ship to move, are we just going to sit here?
Well, he's moving.
Oh, he is. Oh, I was just going to ask if we could get a zoom on
A little
them.
bit, yeah.
Can I move your floor here now?
Yeah.
So these are the little fish that were not here last time, have not been here in this abundance on previous dives. And when we first touched down today, they were kind of everywhere. And then as we were doing the laser scanning, they would just occasionally swarm us. So here they are. Little sardine things.
See, this isn't going to work here, Zach, because this is going to be 180 away from me, so I'm going to be transiting 180 away. That's just too much to keep it nice and level without getting yanked. So if we put him somewhere like right here, here is 80, and here is 120, that's 120. But from here, it's 180
Well,
away.
put them wherever you want. Just remember, every move that we'll have to do, we'll have to do it very long. So I wouldn't try and set it up in a minimal move. And the CTD is in as well.
The reality is, even if we were here, let's say we're right in this position right here. There's 100. That's we can do that. That's no problem. That's no problem. But here is 165, and that's 180 if it flopped over, which means we're always going to be doing this, which is going to be this way. That makes sense, and that's going to kick the ADCP out. So I think the reality is that we are going to have to move the ship, but if we start on this side and move it this way, we're always moving it away from this TTD, and that way. I don't know.
Sounds fine. So you want to move somewhere else than where you're moving then?
I mean, we can try, but I mean, I just know we want to be as stable as possible, right? Mm-hmm. And from there to there.
Yeah, you want to move somewhere else? Move it, you know? I'd rather change it now than later. So.
Yeah. So I would say we put him. Look at this. Right that way. Look at this. If we put him right here. This way. Or even closer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what type they are. Yeah, we're zooming in from a ways away, so they're not really being illuminated by our lights at all.
So I guess we have to wait.
I think we get the.
No, we can move it now.
There. You want to let them know?
Why is that?
Where is your ROV?
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Tony, sorry, but we've changed our waypoint there for you. It's going to be a little more to the south now.
Hey,
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, go ahead. Just trying to get it where we don't move you at all once you're settled.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
So we're going to be doing like this line and this line, right? Like this. Yeah. And then this.
Maybe you cut that iris open, man. Maybe a little bit. Let's see if that.
We start at 76 jack dice. This.
Yeah. It'll get a little noisier, but it's a little brighter at least. We're just zooming on something that's way out there, so.
Well,
perfect, thanks.
The way the ship is facing,
all right, we bumped up our ISO, so the image will be a little grainier, but hopefully you can see them a little better.
Nice to meet those.
Some sort of little fish. I don't think we have a fish guide in here right now.
Charity call. What does that mean?
All right, I have a fish ID guide that's been being used. I'm not convinced it's going to help me too much.
Yeah, it's just too bad we couldn't set the ship up in a way where we're pulling away from them all the time, not where it's leaning over like this. It's like even when I was trying to do survey, I was always getting up over to the left. But that's alright. Try it. See that.
Now we give it a try maybe.
I think if we do it this way, we'll only have to move the ship once. So we can probably do 3 or 4 bottom lines, and then you definitely have to lateral in this that whole angle. So
You mean at least 2 times angle? To achieve some cable?
yeah, so you see our vertical?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we
So you need
ideally
to
would love the back to be this way, so that we're always flat to the bottom. Yeah, sometimes especially when we start getting.
Brilliant, flight control. Tony, you seem to be going more forwards than towards the port now, so if you think it's okay, we'll head down.
Yeah, we're heading in a direction 129, so basically directly ahead, Jimbo. So yeah, I'm happy for you to start lowering.
Rock and roll. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, I think we'll have to move them once.
Yeah.
But that gives us the best, and we're moving away from the CT. So we're happy with that. So just so we're on the same page. So we start off at, let's say we're gonna start at 76 here, and we're basically gonna fly down this or across this line.
Auto depth, basically, I think, right?
All right. Loosely looking at the guide.
I don't know what is that, so maybe we use it to really see whether it's the edge, then we go.
Chlorothalmaldehyde.
No.
The green eyes. That's my guess. It's a green eye.
50 here, 50, we come up and then make this 50.
You were saying when you get over the top of the cliff,
Chlorothalmus.
it's 15 meters out.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So here, which is around 60 meters from. Yeah. So we dive here, we catch the X. We go 15 meters high. Go back.
But we're not getting a ton of shimmer off them from up here.
And then we just stay there.
I want to say when we first touched down, we did get some nice shimmer off of them actually. So
Maybe it's too steep. But you'll tell us. Get close. I'll tell you. You'll tell us. Okay.
When I will let the
images don't look completely correct. But that's the closest I've got in this guide right here.
Well, let's go to 77 and see where we're at.
You want me to go ahead and change that mode there for you, or do you want it up like on your screen there for now, so you can see 15 meters?
Or can we put the
I'm not sure what that'll do. Let's try.
You know, you gotta go to check the edge next.
It's 400. Okay. It's only about it.
At least it's always
Close.
Yeah.
It is a little inclined, so it's deeper at 77 and then going shallower.
Adam, do you remember how to change that mode of that thing?
Yeah, we're still discussing in here what these fish are. As you can see, there's a lot of them, which were not here on our previous dives. Still not convinced, but the closest I could find in our little guide here was some sort of green eye.
Yeah, our little guide is a little benthic focus.
Yeah.
Fish might travel a little bit.
Yeah, the guide just wasn't really intended for these little guys.
But this, well, the same with the laser. Yeah. Oh well, even Rob was saying he saw something on the CTV, and he was like, it could have been the fish.
So okay. Okay, so
They were
Yeah,
gone.
it's just something today.
Yeah, because we did not see them
We're all
last
here.
time.
10 minutes now. 15 you said, right?
Party day.
10 to 15 is fine. So
What's the moon
let's
right now?
hold it here. Let's go out. Okay, we go. Yeah. Look at that.
Let's do some busy
Show because we will be applying that to space somewhere. Like 10 minutes.
Oh, I have no idea about that ID.
They questioning your ID.
No, they said thanks, and I was like, oh, no. You don't want that. Yeah. Our guide here, much more of a certain slant, and not sure we've got what we need, but the closest thing we've got in it is the green eye fish. And this is just a science party guide that's just kind of printed out of things that they were anticipating encountering. So
10 meters off, 10 meters back.
But
Okay. Facing
the closest guess I have from that guide would be a chlorophthalmus of some sort. Couldn't tell you what, or if that's even correct.
For some reason, Kat was saying we do PDCBO.
First time we do. Okay. But
Is it done good?
no, I don't know.
I'll go
We can, we
let
can
me go
try.
confirm.
Let's try for the first time. Let's see what happens.
You don't want me to go confirm real quick? Oh, that's good. Yeah, 'cause I thought you said.
Yeah, what's the
Lots of fish. So we're currently paused. Still waiting for ship to finish its move, I think, a little bit. We might need it to move a little more even.
Yeah, still.
Alright, go for that. Go. Well, you're going to lose your altitude there, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so we've got the ship off of the waffle here, and we are going to get ourselves all set up. Unfortunately, there's not going to be much in the way of great camera angles for any of this. So.
That's looking pretty good, eh? Yeah, study having something.
So I can show you the system that they're looking at.
Okay, ready to go. Let's do this KT 230918.
So this is an event.
All right, so you might recall what the laser looked like or what the multibeam looked like. So here is another system that you're going to see.
Just to do you don't want any you don't want to record like your depths or anything.
Yeah, you can write down the depth when you start.
Yeah,
thank you. That would be good.
Yeah, it's fine. I can put whatever you wanted.
It's gotta be 0.00. Let me know. I do.
Nope, we're just waiting on that event to get entered. Because once we do that, that starts the whole process. So we're just making sure that we are all set up and good to go.
I'm ready to buy when you're ready too. Let me know when you start. No, I'm not ready yet. Literally unplayable. Okay, ready to start. Here we go. Okay. All right, starting. Start online. Online.
All right, so now we're looking at this interface.
Second. What kind of speed? 0.1. Okay.
And we're just going to run transects back and forth now. And we have an entirely different little echo interface to look at now.
Yeah, they're on the map anyway. I'll look at that.
Gotcha.
Canadians, you know.
So we are coming up on the top of the hour. Good time for anyone who just joined us. You might be wondering.
Science control, that's the CPD at 100 meters. We'll continue up to the surface on manual control.
One moment.
Yeah, bridge Corbett. ROV, copy.
So you might be wondering what exactly we're doing here. Today's a mapping dive. So past couple dives, we've been doing collection dives, doing video transects, collecting video data, and then also collecting physical samples, geological samples like some of the rocks in the area, as well as biological samples, both living and dead, corals and fossil corals. Now we're collecting another type of data for this dive. We're mapping. And so the past couple hours, about 6 hours, we went up and down, up and down, up and down this little cliff with our laser scanner and multibeam on. and captured what the scientists will turn into a 3D scan of that cliff and all the coral and organisms that are on it. Now we're kind of out over another area, and we're going to be doing a grid pattern and capturing the data as we go. Unfortunately, this grid pattern is up off the bottom. It's not quite as close as the laser scanner is, so we are up a little bit, and we're just kind of cruising. We might encounter some midwater critters along the way, but we won't be able to stop for them. The barcode scanner, we did have that out earlier, but that is, it's still mounted. You can still see it on the front of the ROV there, but that's not what we're using for this particular leg of the dive.
I think it's pushing west, yeah.
Shall I come down this to you so that you can...
We have weird currents there. As soon as they came up above
That's
the
fine. I mean, they've been okay.
Yeah, it feels different now.
I'll pass by the bridge.
It was pushing
You know, the bridge knows that we're
What, they know
that we were
planning on
I'll
it.
pass by the bridge.
Okay, but I'll just forward you this text.
Sure. Otherwise, yeah, I put it on the plan for the day.
You want it as an email or you want it as a WhatsApp?
Email would be better.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, the only thing that we'll need to do when we get plenty of time is to figure out the survey. I showed CAD in general where I was looking. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we can do that tomorrow. Rob has already done
Okay. Great, thanks, Ken. That's good.
I'll get some propane. Okay, there's no scrolling.
So,
You drawing in some? You good?
All right.
See the way it goes? What's going to be on that?
Well, the way that it's pushing this way, actually now we should expect it to go this way.
Yeah, I tell you, everything's going to go squirrely.
So speed.
Some squirrely. I think if you lose speed, you know what it probably is? Just look, man, some of these inches right here. You never ever in your life as an RV guy.
You leave a tie wrap like that.
That's not tight. That's tight.
Our ROV pilots are judging the uncut tie wrap.
Is that one of ours?
I don't know. No one's going to claim that one, I don't think now.
No, it's nothing to do with me.
It's pretty much making that fly all over the place there.
It's a very hydrodynamic, isn't it?
No, it's dragging.
I think acknowledgement is if you turn from.
Oh, it's a quantum issue.
Yeah.
Observation has changed it.
Schrodinger's tie wrap.
Yeah.
Well, we do have the growth pattern.
Well, that's one thing I would not want to try.
No.
Oops, I cut the sun again.
And then they turn it into a bird orbiting. Sounds like a calculated process.
Is that acting right now? The DVL software is acting okay for you now?
Deep in thought.
Claudio, happy with that data? Well, happy. This is us coming up on 76 here.
Yeah. Does that mean go back to 76?
Verify. I'm sure we're an INS, but just jump around there. I'm sure we're an INS, I checked.
You're in INS position, INS depth, INS altitude, INS attitude.
Study shots. It's too much. So it's better 380. Go down 5 minutes. 380. Come up 5. Up. Down. Yep. Okay, so I'm sitting at 380. Okay, I'm ready to go. Oh, you look at. Okay, how does that look?
Brilliant, I'm ready to go.
Okay,
Are you?
I think we're ready to keep going. All right, starting 79 to 78.
Start of line.
Start of line 3.
Line 3, yeah.
We're at 380 this time.
Do you know which way we're going?
No.
Sure.
No. We're going between 78 and 79, right?
Yes.
78, 79. Okay.
Yeah.
Second one.
So back.
Yeah. It's a bit.
Yeah, it's a pity that GPS doesn't move. We'll have to go to another position.
Yeah, for this particular one, this particular chunk of it, we are hanging out up in the midwater for a little bit. So we might occasionally see things, we just can't stop for them. And we do indeed have the barcode scanner up. No collecting today, other than collecting topographical information.
I mean, it would do it, but the speed was way up.
We've got a ways to go on this dive still, so we're working our little waffle pattern. I'll put that back up for folks that maybe just came in. There you are. So we are working our way bottom to top, right to left. We're currently in the second column on the way up. So. Yeah, we've been kind of swarmed by these fish every now and then, although now that we've been up in the midwater a little ways, they haven't really been seen. But when we were over on the cliff, every once in a while they would just swarm us. Some real fun stuff there. Adding a little noise to the laser scanning.
There is a mode that it does, but it does half to them and half to us, so it kind of works. That's probably why.
Yeah, I didn't look at how much storage we had taken up with the laser scanning by the end of it, but like 2.5 hours into the scanning, we already had something like 130 gigs. So, didn't take a look at the final number. we're just trucking. We also have the CTD in the water still. They've been raising and lowering that since about 8 this morning, and they're going until 8 this evening. So that's a long day of CTD.
So what's your data? We get 0, 3, 0, yeah. 0.0.
Here we go. Zach put the waffle pattern back up. So again, we are in the second column from the right. And we are working our way right to left, bottom to top.
And you don't have the altitude. What's that? No altitude. You don't have the altitude. No. Just the DDM. That's right. Yeah, we did.
But once we get to the top, then we turn around and come back down. So just back and forth, back and forth. And then we've got a couple across as well that we'll end up doing, I believe.
You should be on the edge now. Oh yeah, we're well over. I think the red line is the edge. No.
Yeah, so 2.5 hours in, we were 135 gigs, about 75,000 profiles, and 7,500 photos, I think, at that point. And then we did that for like 5.5, 6 hours, something like that. So the laser scanner, if you saw the laser scanner earlier, that was taking like 47 profiles a second, and the strobes were capturing two images a second, I want to say. I think that's what they came out to, but we didn't keep them on for the entire time because we only had it on while we were going up the cliff. Then we would turn it off, come back down the cliff, get lined up for the next line, turn it back on, and go up. So we are working to get some of the scans from that available to be shown to y'all, maybe on stream. Don't know when that will be. If you don't get them on stream here, you'll probably get them in one of the blogs or like the weekly update video. It's real cool. Like the preliminary stuff we've seen of those models, super cool. So I would anticipate seeing some of those models at some point. But
super interesting. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Huh. Super interesting. So they're going to be able to model all this.
Yeah. It's like 3D. Put it to all these lines. Would be like a semi-synoptical 3D model of the country. And plus, we have the yo-yo at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's really telling us what is bringing the food down to the deep, and a small scale, how it is provided to the corals.
Yeah. Yeah, so that 12-hour CTD, although it seems like, well, you've already put the CTD down once and you've brought it back up again. Like, why keep doing that for 12 hours? That'll take us through a tidal cycle, and the currents around here can be impacted by the tides. So that's what brings the food down here.
They say that some of there's like a period in January where earthquakes on the west coast are more data from earthquakes going on. There's a period of the year that is much more common for earthquakes than other times of the year. I just wonder if that's like correlates with king tides and like when you think of water over earthquakes that are compared to like when it's not.
So king tides are winter, or are they? Do they vary?
Some vary, but I think there's still some kind of question.
I think they're when the sun and the moon are not.
Yeah, so that's the way they. But I know, like, we get it. How much? 13 feet plus. But then if you go to the Bay of Fundy in Nova Scotia, like their tides are like 26.
That's not as too long.
Yeah, they're huge, kind of to the point where it's a river that flows up into the
Yeah, something like, if I remember rightly, when that's Earth, my phone's Earth, and that's the sun, and that's the moon, that would be the weakest tides, right? The strongest tides would be, the second strongest tides would be that, and the most strong tides would be that. That's cool.
Sounds good to me. But imagine, so if you can figure out quantify that, okay, so let's say, for instance, it's 8 feet of water over how many thousand square kilometers. What's that weight on it? It's crust. Or the variation over the 12-hour period.
It is nuts how much water is in the world. Like, flying them down, like it would take a while. All that. It's very
Alright, Claudio, that's 78. All right. And the
line 3.
Let's try this. I'm going to rotate around. 13 and I don't know, it was in 3 times first, but typically that was 10 first or nine?
Gotta write down.
Yeah.
So, remember how stressed I was? So, when we did the last year, they had a mass by. Oh, hey, the time you were there.
Have it down to minutes. It was no big deal, it was fine. Well, hers were how much hers were a lot. Can't put it? Just to kill all the time.
It was supposed to be on the last 2 cruises.
Are we moving? Yep. We're trying something different this time. We're doing an auto robot move. How's your data?
No, I'm not quite in a moment because I will synchronize the time.
Okay. Well, we're just moving. We're just moving back, and then we're going to do the next one. So this is just a move back.
No worries. Take you're not quite this to us. Because we
All right.
I wonder if I can speed that up.
I wonder if that was her book that she left, that Subcon Seacon book.
Yeah, that's what it is. So that was turtle and rudder. And that's your hold. That's your stop. The very next previous. Right. And that is like you have your heading or change your heading, or your depth or change your depth, and change your speed.
Yeah,
change your speed.
So right now, I
could go like this. Please, you gotta cancel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can check at the end for the time is good.
I guess we don't know the scale of that. Yep, there it goes. This is okay.
What is it?
Because that thing just turned off. Do that for years.
Maybe I would have
I think it was change your speed by like what?
Okay, now it's like. Okay, so that, yes, so you did it.
I wonder what that bottom was. It's obviously the other ones.
This one? We can put a waypoint and see what it does. That's a nice straight line though. That actually works pretty good, so we should be able to get
Remember we did this a lot. You can see trials?
Yeah, okay.
It's better than the transects. The transects put a lot of work.
Yeah. Very good. And create some of that.
I'm reading a thread about a performance. It's a net zero an anti-net zero company released a report saying net zero cost.
I know, but never true.
People are going through that. That's just confusing. And logging. Of course.
So I guess the trick is just setting it up exactly on 81, so that when we go to 80, we're already like facing the right direction.
Look, I just saw his order. She says, I'm there. doing that? Oh, you gotta scoot over there.
Oh, I see. Okay, so let's go to waypoint.
There you go, there, matrix.
81. No. 8.
I got it ready to go.
I need to test it yesterday. Yeah, 380 depth.
So I got 0.2, I got 380 depth. Yeah, a long line heading, which means everything's still ready to go.
Yeah.
I could do fixed if you're at it, but I figure that's fine.
No, I think I'll because I'm already lined up. So.
That should be it.
Yeah, 5 meters, that's fine.
Alright, ready? Waypoint speed 0.2.
Yep.
Happy?
Or you want 0.2 or 0.1? 0.1. 0.1.
Okay, alright.
Alright. Start transect. Okay, start of 81 to 80. Start of line.
You ready?
Yeah, I think it's going.
Cool. What do you got? Cool.
Claudia, for us, that's line 4.
Line 4. One thing that this is 36. Did you click start on it?
I think it's a good waypoint. Maybe you got this again.
So now you've decided it was easier to go from the top.
Yeah, it's got a lot. I can see it. So 80.8. It's 0.0.
That little rabbit time is yeah, see that did. So for some reason with that guy not really putting that now.
Yeah, 0.1, you're right.
Do you see any difference?
Yeah. I mean, that's the way the current's going. We didn't do
oh, it's going to 79.
Yeah, I think we clicked on 79. No, it's long on 80. You didn't see these things. Alright, let's stop this and go back. Just pause that line, Claudia. We have to start again. Start again? Yeah. Okay. Stop. Set and the line.
Okay. I'm just gonna. I wonder if it goes to 79 because then it's gonna go to 80.
They stop on the computer. Or they call it. They call it a meter off the bottom, but I'm not sure.
So I'm back there. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe fixed. Yeah.
No, that's heading. I think I got it. I think I know why.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Do it again?
Yeah.
They're not on the map, but it shows them.
Bunny doesn't kick in.
I did one.
Yeah. It's good to be fair and fortunate. Because we're a few years above the wall, I guess.
What was it?
Well, let's see if it works. If it works, then I know what it costs. If it doesn't work,
The CTV is going till north. So you can come out of the water.
okay. So this was the problem, right?
We'll bring it back.
Oh no,
It'll be hard to find the sea star we were
No,
using.
yeah, he's going online.
So this was the problem. You click it to go to waypoint.
Yeah.
So if you right click and you're not right on there,
I mean,
see how you turn right on?
left the multibeam.
So if you're doing that, then you can still say go to waypoint. So that's not, you can't do it like that. You have to actually have this thing. See, I did that.
Yes.
That doesn't work. That is the last one you select. So you have to actually make sure it's blue and then right click that and makes it go.
Okay. You're not going, right? We're moving.
Point one.
You good? Yeah. Ready to go? Yeah.
Yeah.
Start the line.
Start the line.
It's totally flat.
Alright,
Or,
five.
the bottom, like 73, waypoint we came in at. It's
Who else is on this show?
Oh, but yeah, there's
Tyler,
200
Chris, huh?
front there. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, we might have to find a big.
I don't know, this is
But we like
this.
this.
Yeah, good data.
It is really nice. I'm just not sure that we want to go.
That makes sense. Well, we can give us, I mean, if we have to do that with time, we could just make it for a minute.
I mean, otherwise, part of the cliff is pretty flat.
Yes, we've mapped it.
Yeah, we've mapped it there. High resolution.
It has small detail, but it's
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it half like this.
I mean, the 200 will reach the bottom.
Office?
Yes. We're at
Because Wes keeps asking me for a
75.
so I want to see if anybody out here.
pitches, but like the laser was like poof in the distance. I was like, oh yeah, never mind. It's too far
I know,
off.
I keep getting
We're going to just be. It worked great on the cliff, but
These are complicated.
because yeah, if I put it at 60 because it pitches at 10, then I was like, zero.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and the pitch was 10 at something. Yeah, they were saying they were feeling heavy. Yeah. You might be asleep though, or not quite asleep, but.
What's the plan?
No, we gotta save the water until the CTV's done. The CTV's done at last. We can do some multibeam mapping. The guys from the NFC guys with the multibeam want to test the 200 and get little shots of critters in high resolution. Huh? Tonight we multibeam from the ship. And we transit to capture. We do an ACP survey. Over capture. Sorry, ship ACP. Do some more mapping. Then ROV dive. Then pick up Aaron. And Aaron is in Galapagos.
Made it?
He made it. Yeah.
Many days to spare this time.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's not actually, it's only 2 days.
It's 2 days, yeah. When you fly this far, it feels like you have to at least give yourself.
Right.
If you need to make it on a boat, like you
You're going to give yourself some leeway.
some way, yeah.
You don't even know it.
I'm just very confused about what day of the week is.
Yeah, I have to look at my phone, otherwise I have no idea.
It's the concept of time.
I'm going to say that, but I saw now that you have a little chat there.
is that, Alex?
Yeah, it would be cool to see on 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. But this would be great if you'd be able to do this.
The what?
If we have all the lines, it's like we're doing profiles on the line. Then on the surface, you will be able to see if there's any heavy. It was amazing how the temperature goes up and down.
Yeah, you see it.
See there?
Oh wow.
Where do you see that? Oh, this is CTD though, right?
This is your temperature. That will be temperature. It's going up and down.
Really? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, on the ROV.
Correlate it with the peaks of the current.
Could be different temperature. So
I'll tell you this: when I first started and I was flying these manually, I was like all over the place trying to stay on a straight line because the currents were hitting me from weird areas. And now this, computer.
I mean, ferry's always all over the place, but it was like extra.
There was a crazy current we were getting when we were over by that cliff where it was really pushing us around for a hot minute.
That is cool.
Yeah, I remember there was one. I don't remember what job it was on. I think it was the Coral and Puerto Rico one, but like there's a big cliff like we were doing here, and the one you could sample on top. And you were like, no problem, everything's cool. Great. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, look, here's the top. Holy crap!
Just
Like
as
you
soon as you
literally
hit the top.
couldn't even get 1 foot on that thing.
Yeah. Currents red sometimes. Like we've been hitting those shimmering waters, but we've been seeing, and it's really fun. Some stuff were like when we went over that sediment that had the really cool patterning on it, like the fish there were just whipping by.
Can you kill that mission?
Yeah.
You kill it, I'll start it again back to 80. So I moved it. Start at this one and go this way. Start at 83 and go to
Got a little
85.
pilot watch change happening.
So we mark it. Goes up.
We're gonna have Chris and Tyler
Yeah,
jumping
you
in.
wanna go from bottom to top. And so once you get there, you gotta fly back. And the best way to do that is, I guess, so like 85. And ignition.
Hit it 320. That's where you put how fast you want to go there, what depth you want to do it, all that stuff.
Yeah, the depth we're at 390. So 390.
You go down, we're at 380.
Oh, sorry, we're at 380.
Just making stuff up as you go along.
No, we changed it. So 380. The speed to go back, you could probably do 23, 24. And 35, because I think you can go too fast, so 100. And waypoint columns, that's fine. Along the line. So we've got big. And now be up there. Yeah. So then let's just see what happens on this. Go to wait. Let's see this. Just go backwards.
You can't just sit like.
Watch out, it's going to turn your. It might turn your head away from all the way. Sit there and go online.
I think it'll just keep the heading.
Well, it is.
So then yeah, you let it go back, and then you go into this one. And like Zach said, if it's not selected as blue, it doesn't go to the mission. So it's like some left and sort of get.
Alright. You still just put by hitting the next button.
I think that's still on that too, but we just didn't mess with it all because we have no camera. But usually, you know, there's a nice little bit. I don't know.
Just going where it wants. There it goes. Down. Go. Maybe.
Yeah, it's right. I clicked on the wrong one. It's 83. Yeah, go to 85 and then just bump over manually and face where you want to go. So, yeah, let's see if he goes.
I want to go 83 to 82, then 85 to 84.
Yeah.
87 to 86.
Yeah. I figured it's easier to do this way so you're always flying, flying backwards. But now I'm not flying it.
Just maintaining the constant.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So once you get over there, bump over, set the up, and then 0.1 speed.
So you see what
it's
it did?
nice
Yeah,
and slow.
that's it. See, Adam, that's what we saw before. It goes through the lower number first. So, like, because the last one we did was 80.
What?
Sorry. We still going to the line, right?
We already finished that. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Yeah,
You finishing it?
Yeah, finished it.
Should tell me.
Sorry.
What time did you finish?
Probably about a minute and a half ago.
Okay.
Okay. When it starts getting weird.
Sorry, Claudia.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm still looking at that.
ROV within 100 meters.
Okay, so he's going back.
Because I can't see it from here.
Oh, and this
Oh,
thing I
I
have
have
to
to
take him off. Boom.
Let's see. Do you need this?
Me? No,
Yeah.
it's fine.
All right. I can put something over there too.
Sorry. Well, they came in, did the handover, and we got over it.
Okay.
There you go.
So
And when you start to. So.
Alright, so point 1.
Alright, are you happy to go?
Yeah. Just.
Yeah?
Well, I don't know. I think it's the same. We'll verify this at a waypoint. Jesus. Yeah, change it to 3. That would have been weird.
3 meters.
Would have been a good sell. Alright.
You let me know.
Alright. Alright, we're going. Cool.
Start on line.
Start on line 7.
Line 7.
We're going waypoint 83. We're at 82. Wait a second, there's something weird on here. Sorry, where's it going? It's in the way it went to the right. First. Yeah, but make sure you clear it with the CTD. Yeah. So, what's going on there? It's moving over the wrong way. So we're going to have to cancel this one.
Alright. Club, here we are cancelling this line. We cut in line? Why?
It's going to the east for some reason that I can't.
It's pushing you on the current?
It shouldn't be, no. It's going this way now. It's going towards that, but it's also going.
So end of line? Should we stop?
I would say so, just because it's over here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. End of line.
Alright, now try it again.
Alright, let me know when you're ready to start.
What's going on here? But yeah, it's going. It's just really slow. Correct. Point 1.
Yeah.
Start line.
Start line.
Start line. Just. Slide 8. Hello. I am.
Bridge and CTD, ROV, CTD is within 100 meters of the surface.
We're in. We're not moving. I don't know why. And then, nothing translates. This is line.
If you guys want to start your move, feel free to do so. I don't know if you're ready yet.
For the database, that was the one they came back down. There was a so went over and went one too far, so they went down 85.
In the box.
No, the out.
They are out.
Yeah.
The ones that have to do are out.
Yeah. I'll see you. I'll see you here. I get it back. Then went over here. I'll be probably. I will die tomorrow. This may not tomorrow. Just tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. No rest.
Always full. Thanks, man. Fun.
Thank you.
So we'll go backwards to get there. And then
¿Cómo vamos?
¿Has visto la imagen?
¿De qué?
El chat.
No. Creo que no.
pantalla roca al frente posiblemente. Mira qué chulo esto. La pared está aquí.
La pared está aquí.
Sí. Está en su muy baja, posiblemente, no sé, con los cabos o la clave, mira la temperatura. De medio grado, muy bajo. A pasar. A ver si la pillamos otra vez aquí.
Pues era fitoplancton al final.
¿No?
Era fitoplancton.
Sí.
O colitas.
Esto es lo que es.
Sí, lo que pasa en estos constant heavy son problemáticos. Estos constant potentes de esta especie en concreto parece que son problemáticos. Pues se provocan por el niño y el aumento de temperaturas y pueden crear sustancias tóxicas. Sí.
Ahí entra un campo que no es lo mismo.
Es la primera vez que ven uno de estos en Galapagos.
Sí, no están contentos.
Esto no se aplica.
Entonces, ¿qué pasa?
No sé, yo tampoco conozco mucho, pero parece que crean sustancias tóxicas y crean como un microambiente ahí que puede ser perjudicial para de hecho, cuando estabas fuera, que estábamos pasando por encima, tenía un olor diferente.
¿A qué?
No sé, como...
Dulce. Dulce.
No dulce, era un olor un poco malo. O sea, no asqueroso, pero...
Maldito.
Un poco agua cerrada o cosas.
Y aquí no hay corriente, desde aquí bastante bajo. Y esta temperatura es más alta.
Ajá.
Bueno, a ver si. ¿Lo ves? Sí. Estas lentes.
¿Qué va? ¿En el piloto automático?
Si te da Siri, te da profundidad.
A ver, hace poco. No sé mover con la corriente.
No sé si tiene como un type. So guys, question for you. What do you kind of experience in your navigation system? This is kind of automatic pilot, right? You're telling the waypoint, depth, velocity, and what if you have some dragging colors? Does it compensate?
It will compensate the currents.
Like a DP?
Yeah. And if we have, because we can't use all of our equipment right now because it's got that fault in it. But normally we would do this with the altitude. So we would log down to the bottom so that the track would be much straighter and more consistent. Like right now, because it doesn't have the bottom lock, it's kind of like. Whereas if we have bottom lock, it's
Well,
That's still quite straight.
I will be happy to put it in the too. Yeah.
No, we don't want to.
You don't?
Yeah, because we have an issue with that.
So it locks with the DV, yeah.
Yeah.
It
doesn't look at it usually yet.
I don't know why we're not doing it that way. But, I mean, since we're more interested in the depth than we are the altitude, then it's fine, yeah. It's like normally when we were doing the M3 sonar, they wanted a specific altitude over the features. So we would block that. Anybody who enjoys this next cruise might be your back. I think it's going to be a lot of
Yeah, we are moving. There's a question in the chat. Are we moving? We are. We are just holding our depth and moving. So the depth isn't changing. Yeah, unfortunately the cameras aren't so light sensitive that we should turn our lights off to see anything.
Within 100 meters of the bottom. How are we looking on the move?
Move is completed.
I could. Yeah, I'll try and kick over to the other computer here. You can kind of see the data feed going by. There you go. All right. I'm going to restart the streams here. So if you're watching live on YouTube or Facebook, the stream is going to go down. Don't try to wait out the buffer. It's just going to end. But then we're going to start up the next part on both those platforms. So keep an eye out for that in a few minutes.